Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome to our enchanted forest for a new week live from our studio high atop the Blue Lake Center, presented by Bud Light, the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. We're ready for another week of football. We'll react to what we had. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Forrester. We're all here on a Monday. So are you guys over in the Farmfolio chat room. We'll get to you guys. So many places to start, but we got to start with the obvious one here locally. A guy who's usually on our show at 11 o'clock in about 2 hours. Won't be here today, but he's already had successful ankle surgery this morning. Bo Nix out for what looks to be the remainder at least of the regular season. Bo Nix and Auburn this past weekend had the game of the weekend, I thought.
I thought it was a very entertaining game. And Bo, to me, as well as he played in spots against LSU and Arkansas, those first four possessions, he was incredible.
Yep.
And that was just a game of two halves. And it's hard to explain it if you're an Auburn fan, not only the frustration and how you lost that game, but now when you lose Bo for the remainder of the season, I didn't know why TJ Finley came in late, and I guess we know now. Bo played on a broken ankle for two series.
Yeah, it was obvious. They kept showing the replay after replay after replay, and then you could see him limping. I mean, it was an obvious limp, and I guess it just got to the point where he couldn't answer the bell. I mean, you respect the heck out of Bo Nix for doing what he led that scoring drive on a broken ankle. An ankle that's bad enough he had to have surgery on. He played basically a quarter and a half on it. You got to respect the heck out of that.
By the way, I don't know if he's ever going to be a quarterback that's going to win a championship at Auburn, but when it's all said and done and his career is past, there is one thing that you will always say about Bo. Toughness, competitor.
Yep. No doubt about it.
You can't take those away.
No doubt.
And we enjoy our time with him every Monday. For those that pay attention programming-wise, not with us today, but we do expect to have him at some point this week in our Craneworks segment. So we'll chase down Bo when he's able and to jump on this week to talk a little Auburn football. In that game, you say Auburn fans don't know what happened. If you watch this show, maybe if Forrester can pull it up, I can show you what happened. It's 28-3.
Right.
You guys remember last week, first segment of the show, I took Mike Leach to task for calling out his kickers. Mm-hmm. So 28-3, Auburn's cruising. I send this tweet over here. LT, read it off the screen for us.
Mississippi State kickers are holding open tryouts for play callers this week. Hashtag Hell State. Hashtag
Wow. They got him, didn't they?
Yeah. Wow, they found one pretty quick.
So
I didn't know you sent that out.
I sent that out 28-3. What happened next was a 40-0 run by Mississippi State, unlike I've ever seen in a game at Jordan-Hare Stadium.
Yeah, that'll get you beat. A lot of history made Saturday in Jordan-Hare. It was the biggest comeback in Mississippi State history.
Right.
It was the biggest meltdown in Auburn history.
Correct.
And now Mississippi State's beat three ranked opponents this year. And really, when you start to look at the way this whole thing is played out, they could easily be 9-1.
They could. They could be 9-1. I think they could do a lot worse. They could be worse than that, too, because they shouldn't have come back and beat La Tech. There's no way they should have won this Auburn game on Saturday. There's no way. There's no way. 28-3 at that point, Brown. Auburn should win that football game.
I've said that Brian Harson's done a tremendous job. I question a lot of things that happened on Saturday.
Oh, he didn't do a tremendous job Saturday.
Yeah.
No, that was not his best game.
No, not at all.
No, that one. In fact, I think Derek Mason probably is at the top of the list of the blame game here. If we want to play blame game for Auburn, Derek Mason is going to top the list for that one.
Couldn't figure out Will Rogers.
He really could not, and really didn't seem like he tried to in the second half. Seemed like it was the same defense over and over and over and over again for Auburn in the second half, and it was not working. They couldn't get pressure on Rogers. So I think Derek Mason is number one on the blame game, but you got to put Harsin number two. It's his team. When something like that is going bad, the head coach has to do something to stem the tide and not allow a 40-0 run. Well, and that's on Brian Harsin.
I know you tweeted something out about the analytics.
Oh, that's just ridiculous.
It's the dumbest thing. Yeah. And I would tell Brian Harsin to his face, it was stupid. 3:37 to go.
Yeah.
It's a 9-point game. You kick the extra point because if you don't get that too, all hope is lost.
Well, and
you're out of the game.
And what the analytics say, and boy, the analytics people are passionate about this. What the analytics say is you go for two there so that you can know as early as possible how many possessions you need in that game.
Yeah.
which is the dumbest thing I've ever
you
heard.
Kick the extra point, you need one possession.
Bingo!
Yeah.
But then what they say is, at the end of that one possession, if you go for two and don't get it, you're out of time. You can't do anything to fix it.
Yeah, but what happens with the other team, Brown, which I don't think the analytics people factored in. If it's a one-possession game or a two-possession game at that point, that puts it different on me. You kick the extra points, a one-possession game. Now, I've got to get a first down.
Yeah,
I've
right.
got to win the game at that point.
And even in Mike Leach's system, I've got to run the ball maybe, or
That's right.
throw very conservative passes. I can't throw some incomplete stuff that stops the clock. I
Puts
can't
the
throw,
pressure back on
That's
me.
Right. Yeah, I've got to call the game differently. And the other thing the analytics people don't take into account is what it introduced to the game was an onside kick. Which, if Auburn kicks the point there to go up 8, they don't have to kick an onside. It's 3:37 to go. I think you had all 3 timeouts, if I'm not mistaken. 3:37 to go. You got your timeouts. You kick that ball deep. Now, the way Auburn's defense was playing, State was going to get the first down, and it wasn't going to matter. So this is really, this is a moot point. The way Auburn's defense
It's
played,
so strange,
they weren't
though.
going to stop.
I mean, Mississippi State, 1 field goal on first 3 possessions and then 6 consecutive touchdowns.
Yeah. Like he was completing 14 straight passes at one point, 17 straight passes at one point. The ball wasn't touching the ground. And I think Auburn fans asked the question, why not at some point start pressuring him? It was a 3-person rush.
Didn't make sense.
I don't know why I went person there instead of man. It was a 3-man rush.
Very woke of you.
Yeah, it was a woke moment today.
Yes.
It was a 3 non-gender rush by Auburn all afternoon long.
Very androgynous.
Yeah. I don't know why they didn't bring more pressure. I mean, they were rushing 3, dropping 8, and Will Rogers had the half of his lifetime. Did you see his second half numbers? Threw for 275 in the second half. That's hard to do. 275 and a half of football?
Well, and I think 1 incompletion.
Yeah.
Or 2 incompletions.
Ball barely touched the ground. 6 passing touchdowns. You got to change something.
After the first quarter, he only had 3 incompletions the entire game. I mean, for him to go 44 of 55, 6 touchdowns, no picks.
That's that offense, though, man. Once that offense finds its rhythm, if you can ever get them off rhythm, they're terrible.
Look,
but once they find their rhythm, it's a thing of art.
And one of the more controversial calls was T.J. Moultrie. And in the ejection.
Yeah,
look,
T.D. Moultrie, that was a bad call.
Yeah, T.D. Moultrie. And watching though live, when he left his feet,
I knew it was coming.
I thought they were going to flag it. When they didn't flag it live, though, I don't know how you go back and actually flag it.
And listen, he leaves his feet because the guy's about to throw a pass, right? So Moultrie, like any of us would do, is going to jump to knock the pass down. Well, he doesn't throw the ball, so I'm up, and as I'm going up now, I'm going to hit the quarterback because he still got the ball. And he doesn't use any part of the helmet, in my opinion. It looked like it looked like the face mask hit.
Yeah.
No way.
It wasn't dirty. It wasn't dangerous. It wasn't called on the field. But when I initially saw it, I'm like you, Brown. I was like, that's going to get flagged. And then, McElroy said it on the broadcast. He said, look, people aren't going to like this, but that's textbook targeting once you look at it.
Yeah, when he left his feet, that's when I started to worry about it. And when there was no flag, I'm like, I thought, well, I guess we're not gonna have to go to the replay and slow this game down to determine that wasn't targeting. And in fact, that was the opposite was the truth. And now he's out for the first half of a losable South Carolina game. So it's a bigger penalty than just that game, which again is why this rule needs changed.
Yeah, and as Carlson says, Mississippi State fan, I think, by the book definition targeting there, don't blame the refs for enforcing the rule as it's written. Not blaming the refs, just saying it's a rule it's
a dumb rule.
That looks like a football play as opposed to if you're lighting up a receiver coming across the middle and you launch and catch him under the chin or in the helmet with the top of your helmet, that looks like targeting. There's got to be some nuance to it.
There's got to be common sense.
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be a discussion amongst, the three of us could sit there and say, okay, by the rule, maybe that is targeting, but there was no intent. It wasn't dirty. It wasn't dangerous. It wasn't called on the field. Let's pick this flag up. That was good football play.
And it's a dumb rule, but that is about 15th on the list of issues for Auburn fans today after that game Saturday.
That's right. There's a lot.
Yeah.
A lot that you can complain about, not that one call. Thank you, cleaning up dead wood, as Taylor does. It was Jordan Rogers, not
Jordan
McElroy
Rogers.
in that game. McElroy was on the Ohio State-Purdue game, I believe.
That is accurate.
And Ohio State looked really, really good in that game in front of GMAC right there. A lot to get to, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right as we're off and running today.
Yes, Mortgage Right. Remember, the holidays are here. Home means something different to everyone. But at Mortgage Right, home is always about you. Their top priority is helping you navigate the home buying landscape, and their team of experts is here to answer questions and provide solutions. Whether you're in the market for your first home or looking to refinance the one you already own, Mortgage Right here to guide you every single step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Best and worst of the weekend coming up, so get those rolling into the Farmfolio chat room. And as we always do, and I don't know if Forrester has any of these pulled yet, but you start those rolling in right now at Next Round Live.
Of course
at Next
he
Round
does.
Live. Oh, there we go. There's Meatbag over there. He was in Tuscaloosa with, as he said, 4 of the 6 Meatbag family. Some of the great pictures rolling in that you sent us in from this weekend. It's part of our New Life Art. Images of the weekend. Look at that. Sponsor on the head
That's
there.
be hard to beat that one.
Pepsi with a houndstooth. Not worried about the tide right
Our
there.
listeners know us, don't they?
They do. It's going to be hard to beat one where you work at a good sponsor.
So they've got one, a cute kid holding the Next Round gear. Then the next one, a sponsor.
That's right.
Little product placement.
It's going to be tough to call.
Trying to win that New Life thing. Send in all your images from the weekend. We do this every Monday, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call for more information. Great Christmas gifts. 1-800-735-2787 or online, danielmooreart.com.
All right, a couple of other games to get to in what was a wacky day in the Big 12. Let's go with the one with playoff implications first, where Oklahoma gets beat by Baylor. Not a bad loss. It's number 13 versus number 8 in the playoff rankings, and the number 8 team is on the road, but it does put the Big 12 in an interesting scenario and a bad situation. But more surprising to me in this game is Lincoln Riley pulling out Caleb Williams. Now, he got his hand stepped on, right? But it was 10-7 when his hand was stepped on, and he played a little bit more. They bring in Spencer Rattler. He says after the game that they were looking for a spark. But you take out the guy who replaced Spencer Rattler because you were looking for a spark against Texas, and Rattler goes back in, doesn't get anything done. By the time you put Caleb back in the game, it was 10-7 when he came out. It was 24-7 when he went back in. A couple of big possessions that did not go Oklahoma's defensive way. I didn't like the way Lincoln Riley coached that game.
Yeah, look, Caleb Williams had thrown a couple of picks, and the offense had struggled early on this year with Spencer Rattler, but when we saw Williams take over in the Texas game was when the offense started to pop, and 260 total yards, the fewest ever under Lincoln Riley. The 14 points, the fewest in regular season games since 2014, obviously the fewest under Lincoln Riley. You wonder if there really is something to Lincoln Riley, maybe looking at another job right now.
Or I wonder, we saw this happen with Gus Malzahn. When Gus Malzahn first came to the conference as an offensive coordinator, nobody could figure out his play calling. Then they figured it out, and he came back as a head coach. And it took time, but people figured out his play calling. You wonder if that's just what's happened in the Big 12, if these defensive coordinators are now a step ahead of Lincoln Riley.
Well, Dave Aranda is really good at what he does.
Exceptional.
And Jeff Grimes is good at what he does, the offensive coordinator there at Baylor. That coaching staff has done a great job there.
That was the hire of the year, though. I mean, I know it was only
Grimes,
7
right.
points.
Yep.
Yeah.
No doubt.
It really was. And that's, I know we'll get to Jimmy Lake in a little bit. But again, Baylor was in a bad spot last year.
Yep.
And you got to have patience with certain guys. And I talked to an LSU guy over the weekend that said, I would love to have Dave Aranda as our next head coach.
Wow. And he was defensive coordinator on the national championship team. So got a little love for Dave Aranda there in Baton Rouge. Not out of the question. He seems like a loyal guy to Baylor. But to your point, Brown, 14 points from Oklahoma. The fewest yards in Lincoln Riley's time as coach there ever, 260 yards. The fewest points since Bob Stoops was the head coach. And earlier this year, had a game against West Virginia where they only scored 16. Now, people will say, it's quarterback maybe, it's wide receivers maybe, but it could be what you're talking about is how they got the book on Lincoln Riley now and the way he likes to call plays.
He's not the first coach it would have happened to, and his play calling just does not seem the same of late. Maybe it's just that he's missed at quarterback. I mean, he obviously missed with Spencer Rattler. The most laughable thing the national media did this year was discussing whether or not there would be a place at the Heisman table for Caleb Williams after a half of football. I mean, that was the most ridiculous conversation. I laughed at it then. It's even more laughable now. Guy can't even finish the season. And I mean, it's just a mess at Oklahoma.
It will be fascinating to your Heisman point who the 3 finalists are going to be, though.
It ain't going to be Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
That was the discussion about a month and a half ago.
I mean, it's wide open.
Oh, it is wide open.
And the other Big 12 disaster involves my man Sark, who Dennis Dodd writes now, hot seat ignited.
I mean, really?
in Austin.
Oh, it's got to be if Jimmy Lake's already getting fired.
Yeah, but Jimmy Lake, they were already building a case on him. I mean, Sark hasn't, unless you consider
I'm sure
an
you
assistant
can find
coach
something, though.
having an adult entertainer girlfriend with a pet monkey.
Can
now
I,
wife now.
Can I say
Are
something?
they
though?
actually married?
I think they got married.
No,
yeah.
I don't think so.
I was wrong on Sark.
About what?
He is a worse coach than he was at Washington and USC. He really is.
You can't say that yet.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
They did lose to Kansas.
They have lost 5 straight. They did lose to Kansas. By the way, Kansas's first win ever in Austin.
Yeah, there's something to do.
They were 0-9.
That's what you want to do, Tombstone.
But here's the deal: 4-1, got it handed to them by Arkansas. 4-1 and up. What was it? 38-20 against Oklahoma in the Red
18,
River Shootout.
yeah.
Up 18 at the half in the Red River Shootout. 4-1. People talking, hey, if this team runs the table, they're going to be in the playoffs. And then they lost the second half in the game and haven't won since. 5 straight game losing streak.
And the problem is, you had up until this past weekend, you had lost 4 straight where you had a halftime lead. And going back to the Texas game or the Texas-Oklahoma game, Lincoln Riley, the adjustments he made, and Sark made no adjustments, and he got outcoached in that game. But what really jumped out to me about this Kansas game was 10 penalties and 4 turnovers.
Yeah.
There's not discipline right now with this Texas team.
And it looks like a team that's checked out. Like, I mean, we'll get to Florida later, but say what you want about Florida. I don't know that they've checked out. Otherwise, they probably lose to Samford if they've checked out.
That's
it looks
right.
like Texas is checked out on Sark. And they got a couple games left. I don't know that they'll win another one. I don't know that you can get that team's attention. I mean, Bo Davis tried.
And I know Bijan hasn't been 100% healthy, but Bijan Robinson, one of the best players in college football in September, and he's virtually disappeared.
Yeah, not really getting the carries like he was getting. Rockstar, can you give me cut 10 while we're talking Sark? Let's get a little Sark postgame here. And your best and worst of the weekend coming up. Some of that may end up being a little Texas, or if you're a Kansas fan, maybe a little Rock Chalk Jayhawk. But Sark afterwards getting asked about the 5-game losing streak, the lack of offense, the inability to stop Kansas when you needed to stop them. And, Sark's like me, not afraid to read a teleprompter or things that are written on a screen or on the wall. Here's Sark postgame.
It says it up on the wall right here in our team room. The team that has discipline, commitment, toughness, and accountability all of the time, that's what wins games, and that's what ultimately wins championships. And we didn't clearly play that way in the first half. And when you fall behind 35-14 at halftime, you got 3 turnovers, you can't stop the run, you can't contain the quarterback on 3rd down. That's a problem. That's a problem that we have to get fixed.
Now, when it's Kansas, it's more than a problem.
That's what I was going to say. It's not Oklahoma.
Yeah.
It's Kansas, and you should still be able to turn the football over 4 times and have 10 penalties, and you should still be able to win these games.
Yeah, I assume it wasn't their game plan to just try to do something different because they had lost 4 straight by leading at halftime and into the 4th quarter. So they decided, hey, let's see if we can play from behind and win one. And I joke there, but they almost came back to win the game. They got it to overtime.
That was a 4-down or a 3-and-out question this past week.
Yeah.
What would be the more embarrassing loss? Kentucky to lose to Vanderbilt when Kentucky, blew them away in the first half. That game was over. Or Kansas beating Texas.
Oh, our viewers reminded us over the weekend. Didn't one of you in 3-and-out say there's no way Kansas beats Texas?
We talk
so
about
I'll
the
say
eye
Kentucky.
roll used to be a sign of flirtation.
Yep.
Did I
centuries
say
ago.
that? Or was that
no,
Lance?
I think it was
Was that you?
Dunaway
It
rolling
was
his eyes like,
Dunaway?
"What a stupid question you're
You
asking."
said that?
here."
I'm not sure I said that, but I didn't think it was a stupid question. I think we all said that neither one would happen.
For the record, that was the biggest point spread loss this year. They were a 31-point favorite.
Well,
There's been a couple of big ones this year.
Well, I mean, the other one was Minnesota at home to Bowling Green. They were 30.
Where was Texas A&M over Alabama? That was pretty hefty too.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
18
18 and a half, 17,
That's it?
18. Yeah.
I thought it was in the 20s.
Here's the, the bad thing about Sark is he's already going, and this is not uncommon. Nick Saban had to do this. Season 1, he's already going to have to make coordinator changes. You can't keep your defensive coordinator after winning. I mean, I don't really care what the situation is. You have that performance against Kansas this late in the season, you can't keep your defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
He's going to have to throw somebody in the volcano.
Is he and Jimmy Lake friends? Because Alabama tried to hire Jimmy Lake.
Yes, they did. I mean, Jimmy Lake's going to be a hot property as a defensive coordinator.
And he should be.
Yeah, now he needs to get a little bit further south where some of his coaching tactics don't get questioned as much.
No, that's what's going to be comical about this whole thing is, the reason, and they're going to pay him, and again, we'll get more into the Jimmy Lake thing in a little bit, but the reason he got fired, obviously there were some boosters that weren't happy, but people are pointing to him being physical, and now a 2019 incident, which is ridiculous. But how quick he'll get hired by another coach,
there's no doubt.
It'll be immediate.
Yeah, by an SEC school. You can almost count on it. All right, so that just gets us going. That's just a tip of the iceberg of what was a really, really fun weekend. We'll throw out some Cowan Equipment poll questions brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. We'll get those out at nextroundlive.com and at Next Round Live on Twitter, LT.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
All right, up next, best and worst of the weekend. You can call the Pepsi hotline, 205-734-0923. Whatever you saw this weekend, you get a chance to react. 205-734-0923. Your best, your worst of the weekend. Justin Hokanson joins us at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock to talk about Auburn's loss, Bo Nix's injury, and what the Tigers do moving forward. The Nick Saban news conference later on, as it's Alabama and Arkansas doing battle this week. It'll be two ranked teams in the college football playoff rankings. That and a lot more with our Hemp Hill best and worst of the weekend next.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week, Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Sometimes it's not just losing the weight, but keeping the weight off. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I told you how Weight Wellness helped save my life. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They got my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. And now they're helping me keep that weight off throughout the football and holiday season. You can see more online at aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Every plan is individually designed. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. See it all on the website, aplanforme.com. Weight Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, one collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Back with you on the next round, LTD and B with you. We're about to do best and worst of the weekend, brought to you by the great folks at Hemp Hill Services.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's when you need to pick up the phone and call the best. Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, and the team at Hemp Hill. They're the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
Listen, I sent out my my worst of the weekend to tease ahead to this so that you guys could start throwing them on Twitter with us earlier today. To me, my worst of the weekend was hearing SEC chants coming from Baylor and Kansas fans this weekend. That to me was the worst of the weekend. That the two.
Oh, I love the pettiness, though. That's what college football's all about.
Oh,
That kind of pettiness.
I do too. I just hate that it's at the expense of the SEC.
Well, you know, I mean, it is. It's not a. If I'm Oklahoma, I could fire back and say, we'll be in the championship game, Baylor. If you keep winning, maybe you can get another shot at beating us twice.
By the way, we've done this 7 consecutive years.
If I'm Texas, I really don't have a response. If I'm Texas, I just kind of have to take it.
Boy, and it's going to get worse for Texas in the SEC.
Ooh. And for Oklahoma, I mean, Oklahoma lays an egg once a year.
Now they'll lay 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get tougher, for some teams, but I look forward to that day. But that was my worst of the weekend. We have a lot of you guys jumping in with your best and worst of the weekend. We'll get to those. You can do it in the Farmfolio chat room as well as we roll through this. If I asked you your best or worst of the weekend, and you can go back with your shirt on to the news that broke Friday night, Saturday morning.
Yeah, Robert Woods, tearing the ACL in practice on Friday. And the crazy thing is they said he went down, he got back up, he finished practice, thought everything was fine, and then they took a look at it. And it was torn ACL, so he's done for the year. And the timing of Odell Beckham, and I know last week I was, I didn't understand why you would go out and get Odell Beckham because he seems like a team killer. They're going to need him now. So, I'll be cheering hard for Odell tonight. They say he's going to return punts. He's going to be part of this game plan. I mean, look, I'm all in.
So technically they made the trade,
Brown,
the deal.
He's part of the Ramley now.
Ramley. But they made the deal. They made the deal after knowing the injury, though, right? That's what it turns out happened. The injury happened Wednesday.
Some people say that, but I don't know about that. I really don't, because they say the thing was on Friday. But that was my worst. But my additional worst is Jimmy Lake getting fired.
Yeah.
Just this today. I mean, you got to give this guy more time. I point to Dave Aranda. They lost 5 games by double digits last year.
He's 7-6. He won his division last year.
You got to be patient. And look, you're the one that hired him. And don't go back to a 2019 incident where you've got a player, an anonymous player coming on record. Do your due diligence. Did you not know Chris Peterson was the guy that handpicked him? Did he not know that this incident had gone down? Would that have cost him the job in the first place? No.
Boy, the timing of that leak is sure suspicious. All of a sudden, I'm ready to fire my coach, and a story that can be corroborated eyewitness by 5 unnamed sources.
Yeah,
Five. Now, one person will come on the record?
Yeah, that. And then to this day, that story has never been publicly told when that many people actually saw it.
And for those that didn't see it, is him throwing a player in a locker?
Throwing a wide receiver up against a wooden locker.
Well, Washington
wide receivers got to get more physical.
Has been an embarrassment for a long time, going back to Barbara Hedges and firing Rick Neuheisel for an office pool, and now Jen Cohen, your athletic director, is going to get rid of you after 7-6. You've really only coached 1 year. It's completely pathetic. I hope the only thing I'll say is they're going to pay him his full $9.9 million. Good for them doing that.
Yeah, but they're paying him his full $9.9 million, which tells me that they don't have a lot to stand on if they are using any of that.
They don't.
Yeah,
It's a pathetic move, and I hope Washington completely crumbles, and I hope the program's awful. And the only reason I hate saying that because of Brock Huard.
I know we love Brock, but I mean, look, I don't think Jimmy Lake's that great a head coach. Some guys just like Sark. Some guys just aren't great head coaches. They're really good coordinators.
But we really don't know about Jimmy Lake. I mean, again, I go back to Dave. We go back to Dave Aranda. He looked terrible last year.
He did. Now I'm judging Lake on some things I've seen. I mean, for instance, the end of that Oregon game, the way he managed that was horrible coaching.
It was.
But some guys like Sark are just phenomenal coordinators. They're just not good head coaches.
Yeah. For guys who are 7-6, I think Nick Saban is the great thing they point to, right? My first 13 games is virtually the same as the first 13 games of Nick Saban at Alabama. He's 7-6 at Washington.
I don't think you want to play that game, though, if you're an assistant.
If
I'm an AD, I come back and say, hey, whoa. That guy had already won a national championship.
He had. You don't know if I'm going to do it.
Well, I know, but you haven't, and he had. That's why they were patient
Brown,
with him.
But if you gave me your 25 best head coaches in the history of college football, I would say more than half in their first 13 games were probably 7-6 or worse.
I don't doubt that at all. Yeah, I don't doubt that at all.
I don't understand the society we live in. You've at least got to give a guy a couple of years.
Yeah, and exactly. 7-6 isn't enough unless you think you've got your possibly best coach since Don James lined up.
And watch out for Jonathan Smith. I think that's the name to be looking for.
Oregon State.
Yep.
Moorhead, offense coordinator, Oregon, who was the head coach, Joe Moorhead.
You could be getting the same thing you got with Jimmy Lake, though.
Is being mentioned.
Yeah.
But the one that intrigues me the most, the one that, hey, I probably would fire Jimmy Lake if this guy would come and be my head coach, is Chip Kelly at UCLA. Bruce Feldman throws him in his article and says, Chip loves Los Angeles, but obviously it's a tough program to get going. What he has, a chance possibly, some Washington people love Chip, what Chip was able to do at Oregon. For Chip to go restart up at Washington and sort of get it right and do it at a place that is willing to spend money, that one interests me a little bit.
My fear is that Oregon Chip Kelly no longer exists. That's my fear.
It shines off.
It's not just that it's tough at UCLA. It's just that Chip Kelly doesn't have his fastball anymore for whatever reason. Maybe the game's changed so much since he was the coach at Oregon. Maybe defenses have caught up with it. I don't know. But that's my fear. I mean,
they have a chance of being 8-4 this year still, UCLA, if I'm right.
Yeah, they're 6-4. I mean, but is that
8-4 is really average in that conference?
But where that program was to get to 8-4 is
it was about 8-4.
Yeah, I don't think he's really improved that program that much, has he?
I mean, I think he took over. They had a losing season the year he took over, and it's been a slow build to 8-4.
You know, Jim Moore Jr. I think won 9 games, maybe won 10 once. Look, they don't have a lot of backing there. You know, it's all about basketball at UCLA, so I don't know how much. The resources, and I've heard different things that there's just not a lot that they put into the football program. I still don't know how different it would be if he went to Washington, though.
Yeah, he took over from Mora, who had gone 8-5, or Mora had gone 9-5, 10-3, 10-3, 8-5, 4-8, 6-7. Kelly has gone 3-9, 4-8, 3-4. And now has an opportunity to go 8-4. So he really hasn't improved it any.
Yeah, and I think
it's about the same as where he found it.
And this is the USC-UCLA weekend coming up, right? Not the last game of the year.
Oh, we already got the victory bell?
Yeah, we get the victory bell.
Are you throwing a big party?
I will watch. I will not be throwing a big party.
Yep.
Can't say I'm overly excited about this game.
I can imagine. Hey, my man, Dr. Lee Goldenberg at Greystone Chiropractic has gotten me straightened out. I went to him just to loosen up my golf swing, and what I found out is getting the spine properly aligned gets the nervous system working properly, which affects every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. So go enjoy a healthier life today with Greystone Chiropractic, 119-280 in Tattersall Park. GreystoneChiropractor.com. That's GreystoneChiropractor.com. Or call 205-981-8090, 981-8090 to make an appointment today.
Hemp Hill's best and worst of the weekend. Imagine if you're a Samford grad and a Florida fan. Imagine that.
A Samford grad and a Florida fan.
Yeah.
You're pulling for Florida.
Pulling for Florida hard.
A Florida fan who went to Samford.
Yeah.
Best of the weekend, Samford scoring 52 on Florida. Worst of the weekend, Samford scoring 52 on Florida. That's what you would be if you're a Samford grad and a Florida fan.
I mean, who was the better player, Emory Jones or Liam Welch?
Liam Welch.
Yeah. I mean, considering who you're going against, Liam Welch. But the player of the game was it was Montreal Washington, who did something that hasn't been done since Brian Westbrook did it in 1998. He rushed for a touchdown, received a touchdown, and returned a kick for a touchdown this weekend.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
he put on a show, man. I don't know what to make of this. I don't know what you do if you're Florida. I really don't. I mean, Mullen's already thrown he sacrificed a couple of assistant coaches. Obviously, it didn't help your defense.
Yeah, when you fire your defense coordinator, you got to assign somebody that post, right?
Yeah. I forgot something, Lance.
My bad.
I think they really forgot that.
Why is Todd not calling better plays? Coach, we fired Todd. Damn it.
Yeah.
God, you guys aren't talking a lot on the defensive headsets today.
And 12 penalties. I mean, where are we right now on Mullen?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what you do with him. Dunno. What do you do with him? What is this?
I thought you were going to go the Emperor. I thought you were going to go.
What did you just do right there?
I tried to flush a toilet, but I learned midway I can't do a flushing sound. Rockstar, can you do a flushing sound?
Well, I don't know how you're.
I was flushing.
I'll just do the ones the industrial.
It would have been better. You're right, LT. If I'd have gone.
The ones here suck you to China. I mean, those things play so hard.
They do get after it, don't they? Yeah. So he's at Missouri and he's got Florida State. I mean, I could see him losing both those games.
Yeah.
I could see him winning both those games. I could see him splitting. I mean,
no idea.
Yeah.
Any outcomes on the table.
Philip, one of our great longtime listeners and now viewers, big Florida guy, he says the old philosophy, he believes in it. If you're eventually going to have to fire the coach, go ahead and fire the coach.
Yeah, I agree.
He's at the point, he believes eventually you're going to have to fire Dan Mullen. So go ahead and fire Dan Mullen.
People will be able to give me examples of this, and Dabo Swinney is a great one. There are times where you delay the decision and it actually turns out for you. More often than not, if you've come to the conclusion that I might have to fire my coach, delaying the decision doesn't help it any at all.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I got to say this, though. USC's open, LSU's open, Washington's now open. How many good coaches are out there that you can go and get? If it's inevitable that you've got to get rid of this guy, you want to get the right guy to come in. But if you don't have that guy.
Yeah, but if I'm Florida, I feel like the minute I fire Mullen, I'm at the front of that line. I feel like I'm getting a much better coach than Washington.
Who do you go after?
I mean, it's debatable. You could be at the front, you could be second, you could be third. USC, LSU,
you're
Florida.
Not third behind USC. No way.
You could be. For some people, you are. For some people, you
I don't think anybody that's paying attention, anybody that's a good coach.
Yeah, I would even say that as a USC fan, that USC is behind the job.
But keep in mind where we're going now. We're going to a place where any of the Power Fives, including the Big 12, that if I win my conference, I'm in the college football playoff.
That's the only upside to me.
That's all. That's what I'm saying.
History and the fact that it's easier to win the Pac-12, but there's just not the commitment to football. If I'm one of these coaches and I go on campus and I check out what's going on in Southern California, and then I walk on campus at LSU or in Gainesville, it's night and day.
Yeah, and I haven't seen USC's facilities. I know their stadium's terrible, but I haven't seen their facilities. That's you're only in the stadium 6 or 7 times a year. It's more about your actual football facilities. Those could be phenomenal. I don't know.
Next time we have Bruce on, we'll ask him about the facilities.
I don't think they're good.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the SEC, a lot of places are not good. We'll see what happens with Florida, but that is Jack's best and worst of the weekend. Brooks writes in, best of the weekend, my fantasy team with Patrick Mahomes and Dre Stevenson from New England. The worst is Bo Nix's injury. I'm an Alabama fan, but find myself liking Bo Nix and hate a kid like that getting hurt.
I would like to think we've helped that with Alabama fans with our weekly interview with Bo. I think some of them have liked it a little more.
I've heard that. Yeah. And the thing I hate about this, you hate it for the kid, the competitor, but you hate it for the Iron Bowl.
No doubt.
Because I just don't, again, this is really early, but TJ Finley.
Point spread, Lance. Give me a point spread.
He's a statue in the pocket.
He is.
Right now, I would list it at 17, but it'll depend on this weekend.
So if Auburn loses to South Carolina.
It's going to be 20-21.
Mark's best of the weekend was the kicker for Texas Tech's Red Raiders getting a 62-yarder to win the game. I've had his name written down. I left it at home. I don't have it in front of me. Garbier or something like that.
Somebody asked me over the weekend, they were like, is he a good kicker? I'm like, hell, I don't know.
Well, I would say yes.
He bombed a 62-yarder, though.
I'd say yes.
And Brown, it had been good for him.
At least 68.
It would have been good from 68.
Maybe 70. It hit the back wall.
I always love that. To the people, 62 yards. It would have been good from 70.
Yeah.
I got Iowa State coming up in our 3 and out, by the way.
All right. Iowa State later in our 3 and out. Our best and worst of the weekend being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, again, disaster can strike at any moment, and that's the time you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew today. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
LT's got our medical minute in just a second. A couple of more, your best and worst of the weekend. Carrie, dare I say, I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win.
I hate that cheer.
Team USA beating Mexico 2-0 in World Cup qualifying over the weekend. They're 3-0 against them in 2021 now that they made the youth movement. Good for the U.S. and World Cup qualifying for 2022. His worst of the weekend is everything about the Atlanta Falcons.
Well, that was a bad day. I mean, 43. I mean, what were they down? 38-3 at one point?
The lock was Cowboys.
Yeah. It was.
You did have to watch the second half.
I rolled back from church and doing some stuff right after church, and by the time I got to the house to eat my Santa Fe or taco soup, whatever you call it at your house, and I sat down. I've got it heated up. I sit down and going to turn on my Buccaneers.
Yep.
Who are struggling and ended up losing to Washington.
Right.
Ugh, 2 bad losses in a bye week. It's been a month since we played good football. And I turn on the Fox game, and it's like they're at halftime. All right, we'll send you back to Dallas, 38-6. I'm like, what?
I know.
They got 38
Don't
points?
send us back to Dallas.
Yeah, you eventually got it. I mean, they eventually swapped over to Washington.
Hey, I never gave you my best of the weekend, by the way. So I'm sitting at home on Saturday, and I got a text from Brown, are you at home?
Yep.
And I said, yeah. The entire Brown caravan pulls into my driveway about an hour later, and Vicki Brown has prepared me 2 Thanksgiving plates. Delicious. So I had Thanksgiving 2 weeks. It's my favorite meal of the year.
That's right.
But I got one 2 weeks early, and it was unbelievable.
I don't even have to look. I don't have to look. I know what he's about to say.
I was home all day.
I didn't get one. Brad didn't call me.
I wanted a plate. Lance got 2 plates.
Yeah. No, I requested Vicky send 2
No,
plates.
you did not. You did because you were going to be at Lance's house and you weren't there, so she sent 2 plates.
And then I said we should have 4. I didn't get one.
So
Somebody
best
brought
and worst
cinnamon.
of the
Shout out
weekend.
Vicki Brown, though. Great job.
Best and worst of the weekend continues from Hemp Hill. I'm not going to say anything. LT with the urology medical minute. Are they talking about hurt feelings?
They're not. They're talking about Movember done away. You got a little 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah,
Me too.
I'm shaving about once a week.
Yeah, I'm going to shave before game tonight. But Urology Centers of Alabama raising awareness around some of the biggest health issues affecting men. Testicular cancer, prostate cancer, mental health. People at the Movember Foundation want to encourage men to use their new stash as a conversation starter to discuss these issues. On behalf of the team at UCA, here are some key health tips to keep in your back pocket. When it comes to your health, routine checkups and maintenance are essential. Here are a few things to know to keep your urological health in check. For guys between the ages of 18 and 40, it's good practice to conduct a routine testicular self-exam. It's also a good time to look into your family history of bladder, kidney, and prostate cancer. Men between the age of 40 and 50 should get checked. Their cholesterol, blood pressure to prevent issues like erectile dysfunction and kidney disease. Men over 50, schedule that annual prostate exam. Also, you should watch for changes in bathroom breaks like urgency, frequency, and decrease in urinary flow, all of which should be reported to your urologist. The urologist at UCA encourage you to make your health a priority this November. Schedule an appointment today, urologycentersalabama.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
It's time to change the game plan on your night's sleep. Have you ever had a custom-made mattress set made right here in America? Now more than ever, American-made, Alabama-made means something, and that's what you get with my friends at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham. Tom, Ginger, and TJ Vignale have been providing Alabamians with a great night's sleep for over 30 years now. You can see everything they offer on their website, royalbeddinginc.com. But better yet, stop by the showroom right on Highway 31. It's Royal Bedding and the website, royalbeddinginc.com.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. Let Holly Mack Wilson put you in a new home for the holidays. A new place to have a family Thanksgiving dinner. A new place to put up the Christmas tree and hide the presents. A new place to ring in the new year with friends and family. Holly Mack Wilson, putting a new meaning to home for the holidays. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Celebrate the gift-giving season with Bromberg's Vietri Holiday Collections. Italian-made and hand-painted, 20% off all Vietri purchases all week long. Make it a holiday to remember with new additions to Bromberg's best-selling Lastra Holiday and Old St. Nick patterns. Handcrafted, timeless artwork for your table with authentic Italian craftsmanship and quality. And did you know you can also create a wish list at Bromberg's? Make it easy for Santa to get you exactly what you want for Christmas this year by creating a Bromberg's wish list. And you can unwrap a gift from Bromberg's that you love. Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the next round. Hemphill, best and worst of the weekend. Continuing on, Tripp says his best of the weekend. South Dakota's Hail Mary finish.
Ooh.
That was
I mean,
good.
how many people tipped that ball?
Did you see how they got the play, though?
No,
they got to run the play.
No.
1 second.
1 second because they were playing South Dakota State.
That's right. Battle of the South Dakotas.
And South Dakota State had 4th down, and rather than punt it, they just tried to throw the ball up in the air and let the time run out.
Oops.
And it hits out of bounds with a second to go. So it gave the other team the one play.
Like you don't stop the clock, though, until it hits out of bounds.
That is correct.
Yep.
And he apparently didn't put enough air under it, or they tried that with too much time left on the clock. And it ended up costing them to give them another play.
Don't you just get somebody fast in there that takes off 20 yards and then takes a knee?
I guess run backwards. I mean, you generally don't want to run towards the other team because
or you run around, and then at some point you sling the ball as high into the air as possible.
I mean, that brings a fumble into play and a scoop and score. I mean, there are a lot of things that has generally been a pretty safe play, but they just had too much time on the clock.
Yep. And still, it's a Hail Mary from midfield to win the game that gets tipped by your guy twice. It was a fantastic ending, and we appreciate, Tripp, you reminding us of that. You can jump in more of your best and worst of the weekend over in the Farmfolio chat room, brought to you every day by our friends at Farmfolio, a great sponsor here of the next round, that we continue to teach you what Farmfolio actually is.
If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. Visit farmfolio.net.
Jody, get a little reaction of the worst coming up here. Jody's best of the weekend, Bryce Young's first half touchdown passes. They looked fantastic. Big weekend for Bryce and Bama as they roll over New Mexico State. Gets down to the good stuff now. Arkansas, a win this weekend. Alabama clinches the West. Arkansas, Auburn, they go to the SEC championship with a chance to make the playoffs. His worst of the weekend, Beth Dutton's parenting skills.
I was just informed of this in the break.
Yeah, my 18-year-old happened to come in when she was giving the 4 tips on how to make money, make it in the world. And tip number 4.
Yeah, tip number 3 is work hard. Don't let anybody ever outwork you. You really don't want to get to tip 4, Rockstar.
Well, give me a hint then.
Oh, Rocky.
You've lost your car keys.
Yeah, it involves losing your car keys at an awkward place.
Yes.
It was the quote of the night.
Yep.
Okay.
If you watched it, you know Yellowstone last night. But Smoff wants to know, does Lincoln Riley have a problem with recruiting high school quarterbacks? Because Spencer, he recruited, right? Everyone else seems to be transfer guys. Caleb, he recruited. But his biggest success has come with transfer quarterbacks.
So he inherited Baker Mayfield.
He did.
He inherited Kyler Murray, right?
Yep.
Murray was already on that roster when he took over as head coach.
Both of
he
those are
transferred
transfers.
out
Both
from
of them are
A&M.
transfers, yeah.
Yeah, but then he got Hurts to transfer in. It was going to be my point there. And, he made Hurts into an NFL quarterback. Hurts was not an NFL quarterback leaving Alabama.
And can I say this? Caleb Williams had one bad game against Baylor on the road.
A great defensive mind, Dave Aranda.
He had a bad game also on the road against Kansas.
Yeah. He did make some plays down the stretch.
He did.
They should have been in that situation.
By and large, in the Kansas game, he had a bad game.
But I still think that the kids had a real – he's averaging almost 8 yards a carry. He's completing almost 70% of his passes. He's only thrown 3 picks.
See, their problem was they couldn't run the football. That was their problem. It was less about – Caleb Williams, he changed him to try to get a spark. That's what he said. Williams was a little banged up too now. He hurt his hand. His hand got stepped on in the first half. I thought Baylor would win that game. It was my upset alert. I thought Baylor would win the game because Oklahoma's horrible pass defense. They didn't even need to throw the ball. Baylor ran up and down the field on Oklahoma Saturday.
Best and worst of the weekend, brought to you by Hemp Hill, also with our New Life art pictures still rolling in from the weekend. Riley sends a picture of him and his new baby daughter, Bella, enjoying the first games of the weekend. I think Forrester has those in his rotation over there. Bella with a next round shirt on. Bella doesn't have it on. Riley does, but their best and worst of the weekend there as well. Riley and new baby Bella making it to the first game day of the weekend. Congratulations to them. And all of you new dads out there who maybe enjoyed the first weekend of games with your son or daughter. And we know when Alabama plays, there's the picture right there. There's young Riley with young baby Bella.
How about that?
Good T-shirt, good cheerleading outfit for her. That New Mexico State game is a lot of first-time games for a lot of kids. That late November out-of-conference game before the rivalry games, always a good time to take kids to the game, or if you're newborn, just to show them what college football is all about. So congratulations to him.
That's how we all hold a baby, the first one.
Yeah.
It's like we have no idea how to hold a baby.
Yeah, you need 4 points of contact like a football.
Yep.
Don't want to fumble that one.
I felt a lot better with my kids after they turned 1.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, I like when mine could talk and go to the bathroom on their own.
Yeah, that is a good turn right there.
15's a fun age.
Self-sufficiency.
Jay Price says, do you think this hurts Lincoln Riley's stock?
No. Again, I mean, this is a good Baylor team. He lost a game. Oklahoma still, I believe, if they went out and win the Big 12, I think they've still got a good chance getting in.
I do think is the selection show tomorrow or the ranking show tomorrow?
Tomorrow night, yes.
Tomorrow night. I will be interested to see because they're already punishing them as an undefeated team. I think it will be interesting to see how far they punish them as a now not undefeated team.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to be
I may drop them out of the top 10.
Yeah. Oh, I think they will. They're out of the top 10 in the AP and the coaches now.
Yeah, it's a long way to go.
Our best and worst of the weekend continues throughout the show, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. You can keep sending that to us. Hemp Hill is there for you, a variety of different services.
Yeah, again, for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. It's the guys that I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
All right, we'll talk to Justin Hokanson at the top of the hour. Best of the weekend from JW7175. Mark Ingram becoming the all-time rushing leader for the New Orleans Saints.
It's hard to believe he's been able to do that. I thought back and I couldn't think, Deuce McAllister, other, good running backs. It's hard to believe he's already their rushing leader. Hasn't even played his whole career there.
More on the NFL coming up. Worst of the weekend for him, Roydell Williams, JoJo Earl, and Bo Nix all getting hurt. We'll talk about those key Alabama injuries and hear from Nick Saban later in the show. The show being brought to you in part by
Standard Insurance Agency. Time to do a great insurance checkup. Have your coverages ready and what you pay each month, and call this number, 664-3200, 664-3200. Let them run the numbers, see if they can save for you at the Standifer Insurance Group, 664-3200, StandiferinsuranceGroup.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
Sometimes it's not just losing the weight, but keeping the weight off. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I told you how Weight to Wellness helped save my life. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They got my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. And now they're helping me keep that weight off throughout the football and holiday season. You can see more online at aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Every plan is individually designed. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. See it all on the website, aplanforme.com. Weight to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham.
Ritchie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Ritchie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Ritchie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Ritchie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Ritchie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Ritchie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studio's here at the Next Round, furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Cookie Dough Magic is a locally owned dessert shop serving 13 flavors of edible cookie dough by the scoop. Visit today and try their delicious, safe-to-eat cookie dough in a homemade cone, milkshake, or sundae. Cookie Dough Magic also offers their cookie dough by the box, which is perfect for holiday parties, for work, classrooms, and family get-togethers. 3 locations, Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville. And they offer nationwide shipping, of course. So visit mycookiedoughmagic.com to order. That's mycookiedoughmagic.com. Hey, y'all, whether you're a scratch golfer or just out on the course for fun, at southernbeeclothing.com, we know that looking great is at least half the game. And we have the fine leisure attire you're going to want for all your favorite outdoor events. Visit southernbeeclothing.com and read our story to find out how a whirlwind romance accidentally led to the creation of Southern Bee Clothing. southernbeeclothing.com. That's southernbeeclothing.com. Don't forget the .com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
LTD and B with you on the Next Round, presented by Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio, high atop the Blue Lake Center. Headlines this hour brought to you by our friends at Nut Dust.
Yes, our friends at Nut Dust, redefining the use and feel of body powder. Make sure you go online, go to officialnutdust.com. Great stocking stuffer is the Nut Dust this holiday season. Again, you put in that promo code, put in fall, as in the season, F-A-L-L. They're going to give you a great discount. Available in 4 great scents, Naked Voyager, Laddie, and Wilding. All day, every day, our friends at Nut Dust, they've got you covered.
Bo Nix ankle surgery this morning, according to social media reports, a very successful surgery. Anders Carlson also out for Auburn, according to reports. We'll talk to Justin Hokanson about both those injuries and the Tigers moving forward in just a second. Alabama, a 22-point favorite against Arkansas this week in Tuscaloosa. Alabama jumps to number 2 in the latest AP poll, behind Georgia at number 1. Cincy, Oregon, and Ohio State round out the top 5. Ole Miss is up to 10. Texas A&M 16, Arkansas is 21. Mississippi State and Auburn just missing the top 25, 26 and 27 in votes right there in the AP poll. Washington fires Jimmy Lake after 13 games, giving you this unique stat, Ryan Brown. Combined record in the Apple Cup, Nick Rolovich and Jimmy Lake, this from Brandon Marcello, 0-0. Neither one of them. Both coached multiple years. Neither one of them got to coach an Apple Cup.
That is really weird.
That's the football world we live in now.
Hard for that to happen. Justin Hokanson is with us now on the Pepsi Hotline at _J Hokanson. He is with On3 Sports, and he joins us now. Hoke, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. No two ways about it. It was about as bad a Saturday as you could imagine for Auburn, with the complete collapse in the game, and then on top of that, to lose both starting quarterback and historically dependable kicker. Not much could have gone much worse there.
Yeah, I mean, it was already a historic loss, and then you lose your starting quarterback and your kicker. So pretty bad weekend for Auburn football, no doubt. Bo Nix played through that injury. 3 drives he played on that broken ankle, including the touchdown drive at the end. And then, of course, Anders Carlson gets hurt on the onside kick attempt, banged knees, and has an ACL injury. So tough weekend for Auburn. A lot of regrouping that's going to have to happen this week.
Yeah, how tricky is this game now in Columbia with TJ getting the start?
It's pretty tricky. I mean, if you look at some of the spot duty TJ Finley's had, I mean, he had a good drive against Georgia State, but he hadn't really done anything since. He comes in there and fumbles at the end of the Mississippi State game. So it's tricky. I'm curious to see. I mean, look, Finley doesn't have the mobility that Nick says and the running ability that's kind of out. Auburn struggled to run the ball, which they're going to need to do a better job of without Nix. And so I think it's tough. And Finley hasn't had any extended playing time really in a while. So it's a tricky game. Auburn's offensive line is going to have a really, really good game and give him some good opportunities. Otherwise, it could be ugly.
You get real-time reaction from Auburn fans with your job with On3 Sports. When you see a team go 40 points unanswered against a team when you're up 28-3, what was the reaction specifically about the defense and Derek Mason from the Auburn fan base from what you were able to see, Justin?
Well, I mean, I think the biggest thing people were frustrated with was just, a perceived lack of adjustments. I mean, that was what you're seeing on the message boards as it was happening was where's the rush? Where's the pressure? Are we going to do something different? That was the frustrating part. I don't know that we'll ever get a real answer on that. I mean, there's a lot of ways to look at that. I kind of wonder if Derek Mason thought we've got all our offense needs to do is score like 10 points. And I just need to hold on to the lead. And he thought he didn't want to give Mississippi State anything easy. But at some point, when Mississippi State came all the way back, at some point you had to make a change, and it just didn't really happen. So I think that was the frustration, was just where are the adjustments and where's the try something new on defense to rattle them. I mean, when you have a quarterback go 24 of 26 for 5 touchdowns in the second half, I mean, subjectively, we might see a better performance from an opposing quarterback in that stadium, but I mean, statistically, no. I mean, it's literally almost as good as you could be. I might not see a better performance than what Will Rogers did really from the beginning of the second quarter on. He was unbelievable. He was 34 of 38 from the second quarter on. He threw 5 touchdowns in the second half. He had 2 incompletions. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, 40 unanswered points after leading 28-3 at home. It's literally almost unbelievable. If I told you that and you didn't see it, you wouldn't believe it.
Justin Hokanson is with us on 3 Sports, on 3sports.com, @_J Hokanson is where you find him on Twitter. He's with us on the Pepsi hotline. That defense now is going to be hampered going to South Carolina because you're going to be missing TD Moultrie after that controversial targeting call for the first half. Owen Popo is back in street clothes now. I don't know, if you have any idea about his status, but all of a sudden now you've unfortunately up the middle of that defense, it's pretty weak right now.
Yeah, and losing Moultrie hurts because, Romello Height, who is a guy that gave you some depth, is out. I mean, we don't know what his status is with the team in general. I mean, that he might not play the rest of the year. We'll see if he even remains on the team. And then Moultrie is now out for a half. You have no Papo. I don't know about Papo. He was coming off that ankle injury. He played those last 2 games, but he didn't look like himself. He wasn't especially sharp. So I wonder if they didn't just think against Mississippi State's air raid, this is a game to sit him and try to get him healthy because you're going to be playing a bunch of nickel, a bunch of DBs, Chandler Wooten and Zacoby McClain. And they thought, hey, this is a game where we can probably rest him. He's only going to play however many snaps. So I almost wonder if it's just they want to try to get him healthy kind of deal. And so I don't know if he'll be available for Carolina or not. But yeah, Moultrie's hurt. It's a good thing they got Zion Puckett back in the secondary. Ladarius Tennyson's now got some playing time. That's good. So you have an extra guy there in the secondary that's got some action. But yeah, that defensive front all of a sudden, at least for that first half against South Carolina, is going to be in for a test, that front 7.
What was the more questionable fourth quarter call for you? Was it the fake punt down 8 with 8.5 minutes to go, 4th and 10? Or was it going for 2 with 3.5 to go, down 9?
I would go with the going for 2. The fake punt was desperation mode. And Harsin said after the game he called that play. It just but State was in a safe. I mean, that was a weird play where you thought maybe there needs to be, hey, if they line up a certain way, we need to punt. I mean, it's not going to work. But the 2-point conversion was an odd call. Look, I'm not in the analytics, but to me, that's a play where you want to keep the momentum. You want to kick the extra point. You want to keep hope alive. You want to keep it 1 possession. You want the defense to go back out there with it 1 possession. You want Mississippi State to feel the pressure of 1 possession. I I think when you go for it and don't get it there, I think it deflated a little bit. I mean, I think it deflates the game a little bit. And so you're going to have to get it at some point, but I like keeping hope alive as long as you can versus doing it there and then having to kick the onside kick. It doesn't get it and it goes south. So I would probably say the 2-point conversion call.
Yeah, I agree with you on that answer, though it is very odd that Alabama also was in punt safe. And that exact same fake punt worked with LSU the week before. My only problem was that was on 1,000 Sports Center highlight shows, that fake punt. If anybody's going to be prepared for that fake punt, it was America this past week. We had just seen it. That's my problem with that.
That's fair.
I want to ask you one more home game. Obviously, the road trip to South Carolina, but I assume always the Iron Bowl, when it's in Jordan-Hare, is a huge recruiting weekend. That's just the way it works. Your final home game, big rivalry game, it's a big recruiting weekend. Is it lined up to be a lot of important visitors for Auburn as you look ahead to what I think Auburn fans are saying is going to be the real telltale sign about Brian Harsin? Can he recruit in the South? Is it looking positive down the road for that recruiting weekend for Auburn?
I think so. I mean, we'll have a better idea, obviously, week of. But, I mean, Ole Miss was obviously Georgia was a big weekend. And then they had some against Ole Miss. They didn't have many against Mississippi State. So I think that it should line up to be – they had one big official visitor at a tackle against Mississippi State, a couple other, 22, 23 guys. So I think it does line up for the Alabama game to be a big weekend. And look, recruiting's going fairly well for Auburn. I mean, they've got a chance to finish strong, potentially a top 15 class. And more importantly, if they landed Malik Agbo, who's a tackle who visited, they do pretty good on the offensive line, which is a huge need. Darius Clemens at receiver is a big need. So it kind of depends on who they land. We saw that under Gus Malzahn. I mean, ranking numbers don't mean anything if you don't get the positions of need, like offensive line. But I think they've got a chance to close fairly strong, given they could go 6-6. I mean, they could, or 7-5. And so the Alabama game will be big. They haven't had, I mean, Georgia, Ole Miss was a great atmosphere, but that'll be another great atmosphere to bring a bunch of kids in and show them what's all about. The great thing about recruiting is you always have something to pitch. I mean, we heard some of the reaction after the Mississippi State game, and our fans on the board are like, why would you even want to come to Auburn? The overreaction. But that's the thing. You lose a game and you can pitch, you can come in here and play immediately. Like, there's always something to pitch in terms of recruiting. So Auburn's not in a bad position losing a game or whatever like that. They can pitch immediate playing time and, hey, we need to get you in here and those kind of things. So I think recruiting's got a chance to finish fairly strong, depending on the positions that they hit.
Justin Hokanson on 3 Sports on the Pepsi Hotline. I don't even know which of these two guys replaces Carlson. The kid from Thompson is Evan McGuire. Ben Patton, the kid from Michigan. I don't guess it matters where they're from. I don't know why I threw that piece of information in. But do you think, Hoke, that if there's ever any doubt, you just go for the 4th down there rather than kick? Do you roll these guys out? I mean, what's the trust level, do you think?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen a Carlson not kick in like 10 years.
I know.
So, it's like I don't know what they'll do. I mean, if it was Bo Nix, you'd say maybe you feel good about just going for it on 4th down. If you're anywhere near midfield, just go for it.
Yeah.
But now you have a backup quarterback. So now where's the trust there? If you're at the 30, I don't know, man. I would go for it. I mean, why not?
What do you have to lose? Yeah.
Yeah. What do you have to lose? And so I man, if you're 40 and in, 35 and in, just go for it. I mean, nobody's going to blame you. Nobody's going to blame you. You're not. It's like a no lose situation to me with the backup quarterback. It's kind of the same thing as, does D Davis? Is there any potential that he could play? We'll find out on Tuesday maybe and see if he gets reps in practice. Again, what do you have to lose to throw him in on some series? You have an opportunity to get him in a game when you never would have before, and nobody's going to blame you for doing it. So I think there's some interesting questions for Auburn on how they handle these next 2 games at that quarterback position and just how they handle things offensively.
Speaking of interesting questions, I love your setup. Tell me that Morgan Hokanson owns Auburn Frame Shop or something, because it looks like you spent $1 bazillion on framing there.
I had some of it already framed, and then I had to get some of it. I had all this stuff, and I figured, hey, what a great backdrop. So I invested a little bit, man.
That's right. You got to invest in your business, Jimmy.
You got to invest.
Appreciate it, though.
Well, you can't see it, but go look when you get off the air, because We've got Christmas trees behind us already, so
nice.
We've invested.
There you go.
Yeah.
Big time.
Get that going.
Cut all those down. All right, so Justin Hokanson, you can go follow him on Twitter @_J Hokanson. Read him at On3 Sports, and good time to jump on board and subscribe there with signing days straight ahead. Hoke, thank you for the time. Have a great week.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
All right, buddy. Justin Hokanson with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
And if you need anything shipped across America, whether it's a huge tree from out west, you want to put it in your town square or something, Ship Happens can ship anything anywhere.
Yes, they can, Dunaway. In today's ever-changing market, your supply chain, major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments, they are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience and relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done. From LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited, Ship Happens, ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
I'm assuming with Finley being the backup, the coaches have looked at D. Davis and said he's not ready yet. But to Hoke's point, what do you have to lose to see him a little bit, right? I mean, I don't think it's going to be tremendous with Finley. I guess if he's out there slaying it, you just let him play. But
man, I tell you, this number, it opened at 9.5 before everyone found out what was going on with Bo Nix.
What's
Number's
it
down
down
to 6.5.
Yeah, that's where I was texting with Furman.
Tried to whistle there. I couldn't get it.
I was texting with Furman, and he said that's where he thought it would drop, would be to 7 or 6 without Bo Nix.
I would
that
think
it was worth about 4 points.
I would say 4 points.
But you see what I'm saying? I mean, I asked Hoke about the kicker. Why roll a kicker out there? I mean, you don't know if you can trust these guys. I guess you need to develop somebody.
Yep.
But, I mean, why not just go for it? Why not play some D. Davis? My point is, against South Carolina, what do you have to lose? The game, yes. But what is that even going to do? What does that matter right now? I mean, this is a time for development. See what you got in these guys.
This was the week I thought we'd get a lot of during our pick 6 from Buffalo Wild Wings. Hundreds and hundreds of entries. One person went 6-0 this week. One person. We put one person into the finals this week. It's been 6, it's been 8, it's been 18, it's been 13. One week we did have 5 and 1 that got you in. Every other week has been a handful and sometimes 2 handfuls of 6-0s. This week, one guy goes 6-0.
Well, again, we had some of those upsets. We had some unranked.
What were our
ranked.
6 games? Remind me of our 6 games. Baylor, Oklahoma was one of them, right?
Yeah.
I've got it right
I
here.
think so.
Baylor, Oklahoma was one of them. So
Michigan, Penn State was one.
That was a hard game to call there.
Auburn, Mississippi State was one.
Yeah.
Ole Miss was one.
See, I liked Ole Miss in that game.
Miami, Florida State.
Oh man, that was a heartbreaker.
And Notre Dame, Virginia. And the problem with Notre Dame, Virginia is when Armstrong didn't play, the number went through the roof. Most of our listeners got it at 5.5.
Yeah,
most people didn't.
that was a tough slate of games we gave them. A lot of, and I know we do a lot of toss ups.
Oh, by the way, I think
You're welcome, Jim. Thank you for.
I think Notre Dame loses that game if Armstrong plays.
He may. I don't know.
They for those that are not following Virginia, Notre Dame obviously not an ACC game this year. So Virginia's playing for a division championship, and they get a showdown this week, right, with Pittsburgh. Is that right?
Yeah.
So Virginia-Pittsburgh this week, virtually for the division, and then they get rival Virginia Tech. So they thought it was better to rest their quarterback, get him fully or as close as they can to 100%, not play him against Notre Dame, and try to win the division and beat a rival down the stretch. I don't have a problem with that call.
I didn't like the
not at all.
I didn't like the decision. I mean, I think if he's healthy enough to play, I think you play him against Notre Dame.
He may be healthy enough to play, but one hit, and then he's done for the rest of the year. And those 2 games, to Jim's point, are way more important to you than the Notre Dame game. I mean, you got a chance to.
I know, but Bronco Mendenhall and his tenure there, that would have been his biggest win.
It would have been, but what's bigger, going to the ACC championship game or beating Notre Dame? If you're
I don't know. Tree falls in the woods. I mean, this ACC championship.
Oh, it's going to be awful. But if I'm Bronco Mendenhall, I bet you I got a contract bonus for the ACC championship game. You literally can
lay tickets on the street to this game, and people will not pick them up.
Oh, it's going to be awful.
It is going to be bad, but an ACC championship is still an ACC championship. Speaking of interesting contracts. Did you see who got a contract extension automatically?
I did.
This weekend by beating Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Mark Stoops gets another year added to his contract every time he gets that 7th win.
Well, see, he was one of my 3 guys. But did he get any more money?
Ooh, I don't think he's going to get more money.
He was one of your three guys?
Yep.
Yeah, but see, that's just a rollover deal.
Yeah.
That's not giving him more money. He'll have to have the tear up and get more money, which I bet he doesn't get this year.
I like it's $6.5 million by the time you get to that year that they added on.
Right.
The one they added on is a $6.5 million year.
Yeah, but that's at the end of the contract.
But that's in that 7th year.
Yeah.
But if I'm representing Stoops, I'm floating it out there. A lot of jobs open. And
That's
again,
right.
Stoops has done a heck of a job with this Kentucky team and this program. And I think it was Luganville said the best program builder out there right now is Mark Stoops. So if I'm his agent, I'm selling it.
And if I'm the AD, I say, I haven't seen Bruce Feldman mention your name for any of these jobs.
Yeah.
You better get Bruce getting you on these lists to get a raise. I don't mind giving you a raise, but I got to justify it.
Jimmy Lake is out at Washington. I mentioned Chip Kelly earlier. You guys mentioned Joe Moorhead, and you mentioned the kid from Oregon State.
Jonathan
Smith. Yeah.
Okay. Apparently, one of the hot names being mentioned is Kalani Sitake, too.
Yeah.
The job he's done at BYU. Do you see Sitake? They apparently they liked, some Washington boosters liked the way his players lay it all on the line.
Oh, they
for
do.
him. Yeah.
They play a full 60 every week. It doesn't matter the circumstances. I like Sitake. I mean, is he a coach that's going to win a championship? I don't know.
The other names on Bruce Feldman's list for Washington, Chip Kelly, Kalani Sitake, Jay Norville, who gets a lot of mentions, the Nevada coach. Yep. The Kalen DeBoer guy from Fresno State, out west, gets a lot of talk. Justin Wilcox, man, if you offer it to Justin Wilcox, you jump at that, right?
Why would you offer it to Justin Wilcox?
Jeff Choate, who I think is a defensive coordinator at Texas. Why would you do that?
Yes, he's co-defensive coordinator. They've got two. I don't know which one is actually calling the but he's at Texas.
That nobody talks about, a guy that can coach, is Chris Kleiman.
Yeah, Kansas State.
He can coach.
Yeah, and Brent Brennan is another guy there. So we'll see who ends up getting that Washington job, considered to be 25, top 25?
Well, probably, 25 to 35? Right now it's the third best opening behind LSU and USC.
My only fear would be, again, how the administration over years, the decisions they make.
Yeah, it's got some issues.
Knowing what the playoffs are going to look like, which is really great news for the Big 12, I think, getting an automatic bid and with what you're going to have left over. Would you rather have TCU or Washington? Forget the history.
Washington, except for what Lance said, the administration has been a little difficult to deal with. I think program-wise, Washington should be the better program than TCU.
Oh, yeah, it should be.
But the administration, I mean, that's the one thing you have to say about Gary Patterson. Now, he was a bit of a legend there, but they let that guy coach a long time, and there were some pretty average years at the end before he finally got let go.
Big 12's about to be stepbrother, though.
It is. But it's not as
we're going to lose total respect for it.
It's not as if the Pac-12 is great, though.
But if they've got the automatic bid in the next playoffs, it doesn't matter if they're stepbrothers.
I get it.
Hey, and look, on this year right here, we are heading towards possibly an Oklahoma State-Baylor Big 12 championship game, which is Bob Bowlesby's dream scenario, because you know what that tells everybody?
No Oklahoma and Texas.
Look, Oklahoma and Texas, they don't factor in every year. These two guys are going to be left in the Big 12.
In fact, Bedlam, if the officials start making some iffy calls, and I'm Oklahoma, I'm like, yeah, saw this coming.
Yeah, SEC, maybe.
Yeah, saw this coming.
All right, a lot more to get to. We got Rockstar's viewing menu still to come, Nick Saban's news conference. But when we come back, disaster of a news conference for Jimbo Fisher. I mean, disaster of a news conference.
Worse than the game?
He barks at people after his team loses, lays an offensive egg in Oxford, Mississippi. Lane Kiffin in such control of the game that Lane is saying, you know what, I don't need to go for it. I'm going to kick field goals in this one and beat Jimbo Fisher. Lance will have a field day with this news conference. It's a disaster of an answer from Jimbo Fisher coming up.
Hey, don't follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's. Look, fall is here. You want to enjoy that outdoor weather. Imagine sitting out there on the Saturday, manning the grill. You're watching football. You don't want to deal with the mosquitoes. Don't let the mosquitoes ruin your perfect day. The professionals at Wayne's can protect you, your family, and your pets. Call today, 1-866-WAYNES1. You can always go online, callwaynes.com. Fall weather is here. Enjoy it with the family, mosquito-free. You can do it with our friends at Wayne's.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
If you need to move, you only need 2 men and a truck. Local or long distance, they can pack it, load it, move it, unload it, and arrange it when you get there. See more details at 2menandatruck.com or call the Tuscaloosa Northport location, 205-614-8522, 205-614-8522. And guess what? You can get a free quote on your moving cost up front, to or from campus, from your apartment to your next home, or from Tuscaloosa to L.A. Your next move starts and ends with 2menandatruck.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
You demand a durable machine to withstand extreme worksite conditions? Volvo Construction Equipment assures it with their industry-leading lifetime frame, boom, and arm warranty, offering this through their full range of powerful and fuel-efficient excavators, wheel loaders, articulated haulers, road and compact equipment. You can rest assured quality will exceed expectations. Contact Cowan Equipment to experience this firsthand on your job site. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts and stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Give them a call, 800-239-2694, or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call our friends at Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades. 1-800-239-2694. Or again, you can always visit them online. Go to cowan.com. One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey, basketball over the weekend. UAB won again yesterday against Rhodes College, 98-61. They had beaten Moorhead back on Friday night. They're off to a 3-0 start for the UAB Blazers. They play Wednesday on the road at South Carolina, a chance to go 4-0 against an SEC team. Then they get Alabama A&M back at Bartow on Sunday. For Auburn, they get a win over La Monroe back on Friday, 93-69. For Auburn, they don't play again until Friday, if my schedule is correct, at USF as they hit the road down to Tampa. For Alabama, they win over a pretty good Jackrabbit team of South Dakota State back on Friday, 104-88. They get South Alabama at home Tuesday, and then Oakland at home on Friday. Not the Golden State Warriors.
The A's?
Yep, or the A's, or what used to be the Raiders. Oakland College University I think it's University, coming to town to play Alabama later this week. So everybody's unbeaten right now, 3-0, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0 type starts for our local basketball teams.
For more than a century, Alabama Power and its employees have served our state, and that's not all. The company works closely with local communities on economic development projects, and they're attracting new industries and quality jobs to Alabama. Learn more at alabamapower.com/betteralabama. Alabama Power, power for a better Alabama.
Ole Miss beats Texas A&M in a great atmosphere. I don't know if it was an entertaining game or not. 29-19. First, hats off to Lane Kiffin. I don't know what happens against Alabama or Auburn if he chooses at times to kick field goals, but early in that game, he chose to kick field goals instead of going for 4th and 7 or 4th and 6 or whatever. He kicked the field goals, and they made the field goals, and those threes were stacking up and helping them control the game. So hats off for Lane Kiffin for approaching this game differently than he did against Alabama and Auburn.
Well, I guess he figured he just didn't need the points against his Texas A&M offense. But, Brown, there were some questionable Lane Kiffin calls, though.
Oh, yes. There always are.
There always are. The fake field goal up 5 early in the fourth quarter, I didn't really get that.
Really didn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Should have worked, though. Should have worked.
But they almost, I mean, if
how did
the
it should have
holder
worked?
Actually, if he leans
you're
forward,
asking your holder to run, though. That's why it doesn't work.
He ran to the goal line then started running sideways.
It's your holder. That's why you don't fake a field goal.
But again, you almost blew a 15-point halftime lead.
You did. But fortunately, fortunately for Ole Miss, Zach Calzada is the most average quarterback the SEC has. Period.
And still to this day, we'll be talking 20 years from now how that guy beat Alabama. With the throws he made to beat Alabama that night in College Station.
Yeah, it really
is incredible.
Everybody, Stephen Garcia is immortalized with Alabama and South Carolina fans. It'll be the same with Calzada.
I told Brown in our breakout on Saturday night, brought to you by our friends at Culver's, I said the good thing for Calzada is 10 years from now, 30 years from now, when he opens up Zach Calzada Chevrolet out in Bryan, Texas, they'll be able to always to show that video clip one night. They'll put it on the big screen. Please welcome back to Kyle Field. I'll direct your attention to the big screens. One night.
We'll show you his best game.
One night ever for Zach Calzada. But Ole Miss wins the game. Texas A&M loses. Jimbo Fisher afterwards gets asked about analytics and gives you, this is just one moment of the worst news conference ever in the history of news conferences. Jimbo Fisher, bad Jimbo, when they lose in news conferences, doesn't help himself.
You mentioned the 6 yards on the play, on the safety play. Does the analytics tell you that it's okay?
I ain't no analytics. I ain't in analytics. We run good plays that are good play. I ain't an analytic guy. Analytics are, that play had been making yards and we made it. What happened was we didn't get off the ball. I'm not trying to jump. I mean, analytics, it's just what we've been running well.
I mean, I got no problem with that.
Yeah.
He ain't no analytics guy.
Yeah, he's not.
I'm not no analytics guy either.
Yeah. He dropped a couple of ain'ts there. Yeah. He broke a sentence halfway through it and dropped it in.
Now, run-on sentences, fragmented sentences. He is that guy.
He is that. I mean, Kiffin had given him the ball. Lane, of course, going for a 4th and goal, gave him the ball, and then they run a deep shotgun out of the end zone handoff. I mean, it was a bad play.
Texas A&M, they have lost to Arkansas, Mississippi State, and Ole Miss, and they've beaten Alabama.
They had everything in front of them, too.
They did. They had a path to the college football playoffs.
Yep, they really did. And to play as bad as they did Saturday night, a lot of people didn't see that coming. And I just didn't see Ole Miss running the football at will on that Texas A&M defense.
Other than Georgia, maybe in the nation, but specifically in the SEC, that defense at Texas A&M was heralded as a physical, tough-nosed defense that could stop the run but also get after the quarterback, and they did very little of that.
I was willing, fellas, to call it the third best. Now, I did have Ole Miss on Saturday night. I had a feeling that they would find a way, low-scoring game, to win that game. But I was willing to say A&M had the third best defense in college football. Georgia's obviously your best. Wisconsin is your second best defense right now. But I was willing to say A&M was third best defense,
and that
still might be.
And that defense didn't show up. I mean, that was a 30-0 like first half.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Again, if Lane Kiffin is more aggressive, you wonder. And I don't know how you guys feel. Matt Corral still is not 100%.
Oh, no, not even close. Not even close, because he's not running the ball.
Yeah.
And
like he can
I
run
think
it.
they'll end up losing the Egg Bowl.
Yeah, he had negative rush yards.
Where is that game, by the way?
I've got the TV times right here. I think it is at State. It is officially, the CBS has done their TV times for that week now. And Bama Auburn, the Iron Bowl, is officially the 2:30 game. Everybody always assumes it is.
Developing
It is
news
official
right
now,
there.
yeah.
It has now been released 2:30. 2:30.
Yeah, 2:30. I think that game's at State. I'll have to look.
If it's at State, I'll take Mississippi State at a pick right now against Ole Miss.
Yeah, Thanksgiving night in Starkville.
If you want that.
And what is it again?
I said I will take Mississippi State just to pick it if that game's in Starkville right now against Ole Miss. I think Mississippi State will beat Ole Miss.
Well, I mean, I think you're telling me that you think State's going to give points, but I will take Ole Miss at a pick. Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a home game for Mississippi State, who's going to be nationally ranked when the college football rankings come out. So,
yeah, but they're not going to be 9 and at that point they'll be 10-1. Ole Miss will be 10-1 after this weekend.
It is in Starkville. It is a 6:30 ESPN kick in Starkville.
Yeah, I will
Thanksgiving night.
I will do a stake bet update. Ole Miss against Mississippi State in the Egg Bowl.
Okay.
What should be good old fashioned hate.
Yeah.
But that's Georgia Tech.
We got nothing this weekend.
This past weekend, we had Bo Nix, who's not going to start against TJ Finley. We will throw that stake bet out because of the injury situation there. I had Bo Nix starting every game for Auburn unless injury happens. He had TJ Finley starting a game, but we throw it out now because of the injury situation. So our stakes are even right now. That's a Royal Betting stake bet update brought to you by Royal Betting on Highway 31 in Pelham. RoyalBettingInc.com. Comfort with a custom-made mattress set that's made right here in America, right there on Highway 31 in Pelham. Tom Vigneault and the crew, stop by and see them. It's Royal Betting, RoyalBettingInc.com. You're rolling the whole.
We didn't bring this up. We're talking about Lincoln Riley. Has he lost his fastball? Or have the Big 12 that they caught up with him? Dunaway wore an Oklahoma shirt on set this past week.
I know. I remember it. Because I picked Baylor. I was all about it.
Yeah, the landmine was strong. It happens. There are peaks and valleys to the landmine, and it was very strong on Friday, Saturday. Friday and Saturday. And Sunday, if you count on me wearing Buccaneer gear and them getting beat by the Washington football team.
Can I go back to the SEC schedule? Because this is a little bit of a slap in the face. It may have happened before. I don't think it has. But South Carolina, Clemson that night, 6:30, SEC Network. A little bit of slap in the face to Clemson there.
Wow.
A, that they've gotten so bad that game could fall to the SEC Network, and B, that the ACC team is going to have to play their rivalry game on the SEC
Network.
Network.
Who wins that game?
Let me watch South Carolina. South Carolina's played better. Let me see them against Auburn.
Oh, I'd take Clemson right now. It's in Columbia. I'll take Clemson straight up even right now.
Well, Clemson's going to be favored probably a touchdown to 10.
Yeah.
It's in Columbia.
Yeah,
it is in Columbia. Yeah.
Auburn with the backup quarterback's a touchdown favorite right now.
I just took one road team on the road for a stake. I'll be glad to do it again. Straight up.
I'll take South Carolina plus 10.
No, it won't even be that high.
It will be that high.
It will not.
It's the closest the two have been in quite a while, though. That's your point, I think. Yeah.
It has been a long, long time for that. All right, so that's what happened in Oxford. Those are your TV times. The Iron Bowl is out. The Iron Bowl will go at 2:30, but before we get there, Alabama and Arkansas this week, and this is a chance for Alabama to clinch a spot in the SEC championship game with a win against Arkansas. Arkansas beat LSU 16-13 down in Baton Rouge. KJ Jefferson comes to town. They're not clicking offensively like they were against Texas and Texas A&M early. What has happened to them offensively?
You know, KJ Jefferson just isn't playing as well. The offensive line isn't playing great. I mean, they had 13 first downs against LSU. They were 3 for 16 on third downs. Whew. You know, look, people are talking about Kendall Briles getting a job. To me, that offense has not been impressive.
I would agree with you. And you know, is it because he's not running as effective as he was early on in the season? You know, he got banged up and hasn't been the same quarterback since he got banged up. I'm not saying he's still injured now. But for Alabama, Judgment Day is what Nick Saban called it this past week. In fact, Rockstar, let's hear the context of that. Give me cut number 4, Nick Saban, from postgame this past week as Alabama beat New Mexico State 59-3, the way you would think Alabama should beat them. But in this game, Nick Saban was motivating his guys all week, and here's what the coach said afterwards.
You know, I really challenged the team this week. You know, I told them it was kind of judgment day for us. We're been a little bit inconsistent. You know, we don't look at the scoreboard. It shouldn't affect how we play. Opponent is faceless. It's all about how we play. You know, and there's elements of being a team. Everybody's got to put the team first, buy into the principles and values of the organization, be positive and supportive of each other, and be responsible and accountable to do your job, and support other people and challenge them to do their job. And I thought that energy and enthusiasm and sense of urgency was really good out there today, and I think Bryce kind of led the charge on that.
Yeah, Bryce had a really good day. But, Brown, you have lost to Texas A&M. You haven't looked your best at times throughout, but here you are. You're to the final 2 weeks of the regular season and an SEC championship game. You've got 3 games in front of you, and it's all still out there for you if you're Alabama. It's not the worst place in the world to be.
It's not.
I know getting here is not the way most Alabama fans dreamed of it happening.
First of all, we're all going to have a judgment day. We could all only hope New Mexico State is our accuser on the day of judgment. That said,
you hope it's only New Mexico State standing between you and the pearly gates.
That's right. If I'm only having to beat New Mexico State to get there, I got to like my odds. It's New Mexico State. They're one of the worst teams in football, but they don't score. If not, there was a bad face mask. I don't even know if you guys are watching. It was a hard game to watch, but there was a poorly called face mask that allowed them to score their only 3 points.
I got to be honest. So when I put my TVs on, it wasn't until about 5 minutes into the game that I realized I don't have Alabama on one of these TVs.
Yeah,
that's how bad of a game that was.
So, but you did hold them to 138 points, 138 yards, 9 rushing yards. I mean, that's a good defensive performance. I don't care who you're playing.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
even if it's a bad New Mexico State team.
Will Anderson continued to look good, but as we get to the Precision Sports injury update, the injuries to me coming out of this game is what is the most telling sign. It's brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports.
Yeah, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location in Jasper, now 14 total providers. You can make that same-day appointment for orthopedic and sports medicine care. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Brown, I thought Roy Dell was going to have a big part of this offense, a big role in this offense, as the competition like Georgia got tougher. When the defenses got tougher, I thought he was going to have, a lot bigger role catching the ball out of the backfield. He's now done.
He is, and I think if you're an Alabama fan, from now on you hold your breath every time Brian Robinson touches the football. You lose him, you don't even have a running game. I don't know what they do. I mean, they've got a converted linebacker. They've got Trey Sanders, who's, he's still recovering. He's barely touched the ball this year. I mean, you got nothing at running back. And Lance, I guess they just heave it all over the field now.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you just throw more, right?
I guess you got to. And I was kind of shocked that B-Rob was still in that game, although you don't have anybody
You don't
else
have anybody to
run the
play,
football.
yeah.
But, when you got that game, it's in the pocket. It's already a win. And Robinson's still toting the rock. That was kind of scary. But, again, I don't know what else you do.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a lot of just throwing the ball around the yard already, the offense
it is. But I think you'll get more of it now.
But at least you still have Brian Robinson back there to pick up blitzes and occasionally run the football. And see, that's what scares me the most is if you lose B-Rob is that last line of defense protecting Bryce Young on blitzing and pass rush. How big of a deal will it be against Arkansas? We'll see. How big of a deal it'll be against Auburn? We'll see. It'll be a huge deal against Georgia. And I think that injury to Roy Dell just put that on the stack of some major injuries for this Alabama team this year that is sort of tying Bryce Young's hands behind his back at this point.
I mean, it's a tough spot to be in with no running backs, but that's where Alabama's going to find themselves, behind Brian Robinson. But fortunately, the guy you still got is really good. Brian Robinson's a really good running back.
Really good. Do you think Milroe will get carries, though, at running back?
I just wonder, there's talk of a Jalen Milroe package. I don't know if you play him at running back, but I've never been a big fan of taking the ball out of Bryce Young's hands, especially when it goes to Slade Bolden. Do you bring him in to try to create some run plays with him? I don't know.
Hey, you want a hot take on a Monday?
Yeah.
November 15th? Alabama now, I believe, can lose to Arkansas or Auburn, beat Georgia, and they're in the college football playoff.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay. No, 2-loss Alabama SEC champion.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. No, that's a path for that. Yeah, there's a path for that.
I'm just saying there was no margin of error at all, right?
Yeah.
And now that we've gotten to this point, again, attrition takes care of a lot, but I really believe, and I don't think they're going to lose either one of those games, but if they were to lose one of these next two games and beat Georgia.
A lot more still to get to, including Rockstar's viewing menu. That was our Precision Sports injury update here on a Monday morning. This is the next round right here with Double Down Media.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Beef O'Brady's has been serving up food and fun for more than 11 years with great locations in Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. You can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations. With more than 22 TVs and Sunday ticket, Beef O'Brady's is the place to unwind, relax, and watch your favorite team play. Beef O'Brady's in Hoover, Helena, and now in the Brook Highlands neighborhood on Highway 280. The perfect place for serving up food and fun.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No. They're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players. 1 collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
JW7175 tied one injury away from becoming the air raid offense. Jack, Oklahoma, Penn State, Miami, and Auburn cost me my 6-0.
Just to narrow it down.
Yeah, you got 2 right. Way to go. Gaston, Georgia is 1 rest away from being Urban Meyer's almost 2009 championship team. Georgia looks good, though, the players that didn't make the trip to Knoxville. More on them after we do Rockstar's viewing menu, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, our friend Daniel A. Moore bringing you memorable sports moments for over 40 years. Call for more information, 1-800-735-2787 or online, danielmooreart.com.
You have 2 new shows, I think. Both premiered last night. 7 p.m. on Showtime is going to be a repeat. Yellow Jackets.
What is that about?
Christina Ricci and Juliette Lewis. It's a new show. On the eve of a fateful flight, a championship high school girls soccer squad celebrates being a team by betraying one another. 25 years later, the survivors do their best imitations of well-adjusted people. From the trailer, it looks like they are traveling to some kind of soccer thing and they get crashed in the wilderness, and it looks like they run into a cult of like Satan worshipers or something like that.
Wow.
I mean, it's just a bunch of like pagan rituals and stuff like that. But then it's like
quite the plot there.
25 years later, they're trying to we don't talk about this. And Juliette Lewis, I'm guessing, is one of the girls that somehow wants to bring the past back up. It looks very rough.
So the name of their soccer team, I guess, was the Yellow Jackets?
Or they could just have somebody might have an allergy.
It's 2 very eccentric actresses there.
Christina Ricci has a great haircut in this one, by the way. And then Paramount Plus, Mayor of Kingstown with Jeremy Renner.
I almost watched it last night. I'm going to try to catch it probably tomorrow.
You know why I didn't watch it, Rockstar?
Yellowstone.
No, it was during Yellowstone. It was just simply out of principle. 1 commercial break. They ran 3 promos in the same commercial break for it. And I was like, no, you're trying too hard.
Have you seen it?
I have not, but it's a crime drama about America's prison system with Jeremy Renner and Kyle Chandler.
Were they going to call it Mayor of Kingstown before Mayor of Easttown? Because those 2 seem a little too close in name.
Well, one was mayor and one was mayor.
Yeah, but I think it is.
Thank you for making that very important distinction.
No, Brown, I think it does
of
confuse people. I will say I read reviews, though. It got 20% on Rotten Tomatoes.
What, Mayor of Kingstown did?
Yeah.
Yikes.
It's just hard to believe, just based on the trailer, the creators behind it, the producers, the actors.
Yeah. I mean, I would assume, I feel like I got a 20 out of 100 one time on a grade that I didn't even turn in just for, like,
it's just showing up.
I did some of my notes, turned in some notes and got a 20. Didn't even finish it. I mean, if you finished editing the piece, you should at least get 20, right? All right, part of our show, Brown, brought to you by
Tom Beckby. You know, Tom Beckby was looking for good-looking outdoor clothing. He couldn't find what he liked, so he just made his own. It started with a jacket in 2015, and now it's an entire line of great-looking outdoor clothing. Time-tested, rugged materials, and you can visit the store now in Mountain Brook Village. Tom Beckby in Mountain Brook Village, local business with the goal of outfitting you for outdoors here in Alabama. It's an Alabama company. See more at TomBeckby.com. That's BECKBE, TomBeckby.com.
Greg from Pell City on Twitter says, hey, my best of the weekend was first quarter, Tennessee up 10-7. I look like a genius. Remember, he picked Tennessee pulling the upset against Georgia. His worst of the weekend is that the game didn't end after the first quarter.
It did not.
Georgia dominates that game, and they win it 41-17. Late touchdown just to give another team a moral victory against Georgia's defense. I mean, there were moments Tennessee looked good, but they couldn't put 3 good moments together in that game. Georgia, I leave that game feeling more and more comfortable about Stetson Bennett IV.
I do too, and again, he's crafty. He's more athletic than people give him credit for.
Crafty.
He is crafty, man. I mean,
so you make it sound like
when you see him in the open field, his ability to make you understand how Kyler Murray makes guys miss, but Stetson Bennett is making guys miss.
Crafty though to me is Martha Stewart, right? She's crafty.
No, Lance makes it sound like he has to rewire the offensive line with the play clock running now.
He is crafty. And here's the thing, man. Josh Heupel knew this going in. You've got to play really a perfect game against that defense. You're -2 in turnovers. And, you know, Tennessee was pretty good on third downs, but they get destroyed on the ground. 274-55 was the rushing yards for Georgia. When Georgia can run the football like that, they turn you over. You can't beat them.
It's crazy. You watch Georgia, and there's just no individual performance that jumps out at you. It's such a good team.
Yeah, James Cook was pretty good this week, though.
Yeah, he had 10 carries, 104 yards. That's a great per average, 10 carries, 104 yards. That's a heck of an average, but he only had the 10 carries.
Matt Berry described it best on College Football Final. He calls Georgia a slow bleed.
Yeah.
They give you one of those body wounds, and then they fight around with you while you bleed out and you eventually die.
It's the way Alabama used to play.
Yep.
It's the way Alabama used to play before, when Kirby was there. I mean, it's what he saw for years at Alabama is, I might kick a field goal on my first possession. I might have to kick a field goal on my second possession. Oop, there's a turnover by you. Now I'm up, I'm up 13-0 now.
Yep.
And all of a sudden I turn around, it's 21-3, and I've got 105 yards of total offense, and I got no hope.
Brendan Marcello described it as murder ball. Murder ball is back in the SEC with Georgia, and last time you had it is when Kirby was at Alabama. It's the way they used to play it.
The joyless murder ball was, I don't know who pinned it. Somebody pinned it. A joyless murder ball. I think it was a writer in Louisville that described what Nick Saban used to do. He sucked all the joy out of the game, and he just destroyed you. And he, rarely did you ever get a glimmer of hope. But if you did, they made sure they took it away as quick as possible.
Brown, where are you on this Georgia team, though, as far as Georgia or the field?
I mean, I'm always going to take the field. Georgia's going to have a bad game at some point. Everybody does, just about.
Was it?
Could have been.
Was it
Clemson.
Saturday? Was it Clemson? Was it Saturday against
you won that game 40. Essentially, you won that game 41-10. Like you said, that was a garbage time touchdown by Tennessee to make you feel better.
And now that was their last SEC game, correct?
That's right. They now play Lamo and no, not Lamo. That's LSU. They play Charleston Southern. And
Georgia Tech.
Yep. So they cruise through those two, and then it's Bama in the championship game if Alabama can get one more win. All they got to do is win another game.
Yeah. So a couple of, we hate to say this about Georgia Tech right now, but a couple of weeks off for Georgia.
No, that's true.
Before they play in the SEC championship game. So they're sitting pretty good. But obviously that was Stetson Bennett's team. There's no a healthy JT Daniels on the sideline, no whiff of ever putting him in for a meaningful part of that contest there. Georgia rolling on. They'll be number 1 tomorrow night when the college ball rankings come out. Alabama will be number 2. They're up to number 2 in the AP poll that came out yesterday. And then it was last week, it was Oregon, Ohio State, Cincinnati, Michigan State, all 7 of the top 7 teams won. We'll see if there's any shakeup tomorrow night. When we come back, we'll continue our college football conversation. There is an Oklahoma team very much in the race. We'll talk about the contender that is Oklahoma State and everything else that went on the college football weekend, being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City is that guy, one of the most respected roofing contractors in the free world. That's what Greg from Pell City is. I've talked with Greg several times over the years, and one thing I learned very early on, very trustworthy guy, easy to work with, easy for the insurance companies to work with. That works to your benefit. Locally owned for 20 years is Storm Restoration Roofing. Here's how you contact Greg from Pell City. 1, you can easily look him up on Facebook. Just put in Greg from Pell City. Or you can call him up, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. He'll give you a free, no-cost inspection. That's right, free with no obligation. He'll get up on that roof and tell you if you got a roof that is perfect or if you need some work done. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. 205-542-3531. It's Greg from Pell City with Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
When it comes to something as important as the roof over your head, you want to make sure you're using a company you can trust. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. That company is Cardinal Roofing. And don't just take my word for it. They've got more than 500 5-star reviews on Google. They don't just give those away. Cardinal Roofing is your storm damage experts. They provide a 3-year leak-free guarantee, and they finish most of their jobs in a single day. Cardinal Roofing, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Cardinal Roofing, your storm damage experts.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously. But as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The seasons have switched to fall, and it's time for you to change your game day wardrobe with our friends at the Pants Store. For the ladies, all the game day fashion, including bodysuits and those booties, plus a wide variety of clear purses that you need for every stadium. For the guys, all the game day accessories, Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, sunglasses, plus your game day wear from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, and the perfect game day hat. It's all at the Pants Store, 5 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and always online at pantsstore.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Another hour halfway through the show. This hour always, though, brought to you by my friends at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Man, you can't beat that place when it comes to unbelievable Southern comfort food. Fried chicken, po' boys tenders, chicken on a stick, Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade hot tamales, that and a lot more right there. You're home for Blues, Brews, and Bird. Champy's Chicken, champy'schicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. They'll help you win your tailgate or your office party. Here's your headlines this hour. Bo Nix with ankle surgery this morning. According to reports, things went well for Bo this morning. Anders Carlson, also of Auburn, out for the immediate future with an ACL injury, according to reports. We usually have Bo Nix right now at this time, Brown, but we're not going to do it today because of his medical appointment.
Yeah, Craneworks is always kind to bring us Bo Nix and John Mechie each week. Bo is going to, I was communicating with him yesterday. We're going to reschedule that for later on this week, obviously, with the surgery today. It's going to be kind of bad timing. So Bo will be with us later this week, and we'll get an update on his health. But thanks to Craneworks and RentalWorks for always having those players on with us.
Yeah, but Bo does not know our tradition here on the show that when we do have medical procedures and we're under gas, we always at least call in the show while we're high on gas or pain meds to have one memorable segment, right?
Yeah, it would have been fun.
Yeah.
Bo, give us your real thoughts.
Yeah. Bo, on gas, what do you think of this? But Bo, later in the week, we do appreciate him being with us. Alabama, a 22-point favorite over Arkansas this week. Auburn was a 10-point favorite when it opened against South Carolina. Last you saw that number was down to, 6.5?
Yeah, it's 6.5 right now.
Oh, because of the Bo injury there. Alabama jumps to number 2 in the AP poll, behind only Georgia, who's got all the votes. But Alabama jumps Cincinnati, who's down to 3. Oregon and Ohio State. Ole Miss is 10, Texas A&M 16, Arkansas 21, Mississippi State and Auburn just missing the top 25. They're the top 2 vote getters on the outside. And Washington fires Jimmy Lake over the weekend, 7-6 in his 13 games as head coach at Washington. One weird stat about this, LT, he's 1-4 in games where they hold the opposing team this year to under 100 yards passing. So they've just been, people have run over them this year, but they're 1-4. They beat Arizona, but they lost this weekend to Arizona State.
Should have won that game.
To Michigan, Oregon State, and to Oregon. All of those games, they held the opponent under 100 yards passing, but couldn't win the game, couldn't stop them from running the ball.
Well, and it is a weird stat, but a lot of that has to do with how bad the Washington offense has been. And the Washington offensive coordinator was obviously fired a couple of weeks ago. But they still have an opportunity to go 6-6 because they've got Colorado and they've got Washington State. And you wonder, does he get fired if they hold on and beat Arizona on Saturday night?
Well, Arizona State?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question. That Montana loss, got off to a bad start. But when you mention his other losses at Michigan's a really good team. Oregon State's pretty good Pac-12 team. UCLA, those are average teams, but Oregon's not bad. Arizona, it's not like he's losing to the dregs.
No, some of those games are tight losses.
Yeah, like Jim just pointed out.
That's what blows me away about the fact that you look at a guy like Dave Aranda, and as bad as that looked last year, he was able to adjust as a head coach and bring in other guys and make a change at offensive coordinator. And now Baylor's got this thing dialed in pretty good, and now people are even talking about Aranda getting the LSU job. I just think if you had enough at least you had the confidence to give Jimmy Lake this job and what he was able to do recruiting for Chris Peterson and such a good defensive coordinator, at least give him a couple of years to get this thing right.
Yeah, Montana, by the way, one of those programs like North Dakota State or Appalachian State that always wins at that level, at the FCS level. So it was a FCS loss, but it's put it in the category as you don't look as bad losing to a team like Montana or North Dakota State because those programs are built on winning championships.
Yeah, and Montana is 8-2 this year, so it's
a good
obviously
team.
Not a bad team.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Greg from Pell City is next with us on the Pepsi Hotline. Greg, welcome to the show, man. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. I'm doing great. Hey, I want to go ahead and talk about this. I don't want to look too far ahead. I know Bama's got to win. We got to win 2 games really to even have a shot. But it reminds me back in Saban's second year. I think it was the second year they took Tebow and the Gators to the wire in that championship game. And then the next year, there was people talking about that being as one of the greatest possible teams ever with Tebow at quarterback. They were unbeaten. We had such a mental edge. I think Bama fans going, I don't know how you felt about it, but I felt so good about that game. And we just kind of ran them off the field. And thinking about that and then thinking about this year and what we've done with Georgia over the past decade pretty much, and I wanted to get LT's I'm hoping the points are going to be, I hope Georgia's favored by 6 or 7. I don't know, but man, this is a game that if Saban can get these guys up, because right now Georgia has such a mental edge, man, and they're better. I mean, really, player-wise, they've probably got more talent. Most Bama fans are so worried about what do you think the points are going to be, and if Saban could pull this off, it'd be one of his greatest coaching victories ever, I think.
LT, the biggest underdog Nick Saban would have been in Tuscaloosa, possibly, right?
Yeah, I mean, take away that first year, absolutely, because right now I would list Georgia a 5-point favorite. Some people will say that's low. You've still got that Bama brand behind it, and they've been favored, I don't know now, 150 of 151, something crazy.
How big of a dog were they against Florida in the game Greg's talking about? Do you remember? Because that was 1 versus 2.
Yeah, in 2009, I think they were a 10-point dog.
10?
Yeah.
That big,
Oh,
huh?
you mean? Wow, the one we beat them in?
Yeah, I'm surprised.
No, 2008.
No. He's talking about 09.
Yeah, 09 it wasn't that big.
Yeah.
In 08, it was 10, though.
yeah.
But Florida was
Alabama
the
was
favorite.
number 1 in 08.
Yeah, but Florida was a sizable favorite in that game.
That's the one Florida lost to Ole Miss, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
But I think this number will be 5. It depends, though, this week. If Alabama takes care of Arkansas, wins that game by 3 touchdowns, take care of Auburn, it could be a little bit less than 5. But if they struggle against either one of those two, it could be close to 7. They're not going to list this thing more than 7, though.
Well, that's what we need. We don't need to go into that game and pick them or 3. We need Bama to look like the big underdogs so we can just – because I don't know what it's going to take, but I guarantee you Georgia has had this game circled for years now. I know all their fans. I mean, I'm friends with several of them, and they cannot wait for this game. And, listen, I love Bama, and I never think we're going to get a beat down, but really, we've never had a beat down except for maybe Clemson. That championship that I can think of.
That is not a baby, my friend. That was a beatdown. Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about that's the only game I can think of.
Yeah.
And so we're a little nervous about this one. I hope we can do it, but beating them twice, we need Georgia to lose a game, so that can be one game for everything. Because I just think it's impossible to beat them twice. So it's going to be we're stacked against it this year, baby.
Yeah, Greg, thank you. And Alabama, that gritty underdog.
Yeah,
they're so good in that role.
Maybe they'll get a shot. Maybe if
little engine that could.
If Alabama could just get their shot, maybe they can pull it off. Pepsi Hotline 205-734-0923. Tom is in Houston. Hey, Tom, how are you, man?
Hey, Dunaway, I got a question. I know you're not going to like it. Alabama clinches the West this weekend, right, with a win over Arkansas?
Yes. I think I've asked this question, but go ahead.
Why would you play any of your guys in the Iron Bowl?
Because you've got to win that game to go to the college football playoffs.
You don't think a 11-2 Alabama beating Georgia's going to the playoffs?
Yeah,
I think they are. I said it today.
You can.
Yeah.
LT mentioned that earlier. You can, but you do leave the door open to be shut out. I don't ever think there's a scenario that the SEC champion is out in that situation, but it could.
The only reason that makes sense to me is if 11-2 close loss loser to Georgia gets it. Otherwise, you're just LT. You play in Matthew Stafford with the wild card locked up, and you can't go up or down anywhere.
It's just a different world. It's a different world.
Yeah, but you guys did bring up Brennan Armstrong, and you understood why Bronco Mendenhall sat him.
Yeah,
I do.
It wasn't a rivalry game. Your conference games were still to come, and you were trying to win a championship.
Yeah, but I think that's where it's going. It doesn't make any sense.
Who all would you sit? So you'd sit Brian Robinson. You would sit Bryce Young.
Well, I mean, what if Will Anderson gets a targeting penalty? Targeting. Who even knows what's what?
Yeah.
Your heads just have to hit each other. You want him to get a targeting penalty in the second half, and you lose your maybe the best defensive player in the country for the first half of the playoff game. That's the first playoff game, right?
Yeah,
you're right.
It is.
No, it's an interesting point. It'll never happen because I agree with these guys. Nick Saban's going to look at it as a rivalry game. You can't leave it in the hands of the committee. You know if you win out at this point, you're in.
Okay, then what if they're undefeated? You don't think we're ever going to see a time when this happens?
I don't know. You don't want to give up an undefeated season.
I'll tell you, if they were undefeated, they might consider it this week against Arkansas. Maybe this week against Arkansas.
I don't think so.
If they were undefeated.
I just don't.
Thank you, Tom.
And Tom, you're right. I do hate that on a variety of levels.
That's not Nick Saban's mentality.
Here's the difference in the pro. I understand what he's saying about Stafford. Stafford is a guy that LA pays how much? I mean, it's your investment.
$30 million.
It's your investment. And they plan on Stafford being the quarterback there for how long?
Probably 4 or 5 years.
That's why. Because if Bryce Young gets hurt, God bless him, you hate it for Bryce Young, I'm going to replace him anyway in a year or two, right? If I'm an NFL franchise, how many quarterbacks have had a serious knee injury? They never really are the same after that. Carson Wentz is a great example. Carson Wentz was playing at an MVP level on a Super Bowl team. Gets a knee injury, he's never been the same quarterback. So that's the difference. That's why you do it differently. It's just different.
It's still Alabama and Auburn.
Yeah.
So I don't even like thinking about those kind of things. I'm concerned about Arkansas first, and that's not coach speak. That Arkansas team has played its best football on their biggest stage this year. The Arkansas, Texas. Now it wasn't at home. This one's not at home, but that was at home. But That was at that point, such a huge game for them. They played great football that night. They played really good football against Texas A&M. So there is something about Sam Pittman's team right now. We had said for weeks that Auburn was the toughest game left on the schedule for Alabama. With Bo Nix's injury, even though it's at Jordan-Hare Stadium, I think Alabama's toughest game left in the regular season has flipped from Auburn now to this weekend against Arkansas.
Well, it is amazing how much of a difference 48 hours can make. Before Saturday's games kicked off, everybody talked about how dangerous this Iron Bowl was, and now no Bo Nix. The way Auburn looked in the second half. Arkansas realistically should be 8-2. This is an 8-win team. They went for it on, the 2-point conversion against Ole Miss. But this is one of the bigger surprises in college football with that difficulty of a schedule and where Sam Pittman's got this team right now. Again, they play the full 60 minutes. I mean, they scratch and claw for Sam Pittman. I just don't think they're running the football at a high level right now. KJ Jefferson hasn't been as good as he was early in the season. I would be really surprised if Arkansas is able to win this game.
Before we take another call, it's gotten worse for you boys, Sark. Bijan Robinson is out for the season now.
Is he opting out or is it an injury?
It's dislocated elbow.
I was going to bring up, I've got a feeling that he's going to opt out.
Dislocated elbow, according to the Longhorn Network.
But he's a freshman, right? So why would you opt out?
Well, he's not a freshman.
Oh, he's not? What is he? Is he a junior?
I mean, I don't know if he's a third-year sophomore. I mean,
that's all that matters. If he's a third-year sophomore, he's draft eligible is what I'm asking.
I'm not sure if he's draft eligible or not.
Before we get to JD in Huntsville, looking ahead to this upcoming weekend of college football, a lot of big games, including Michigan State and Ohio State. Now, Michelson, look ahead.
Yeah, 969-8100. That is the number you need to write down. Again, almost 20 years. I got the procedure done. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Call, ask for Amy, tell her the next round sent you. They're going to take care of you. Hassle-free consultation. If you're wasting money each and every year on contacts and solution like I was, it is time to stop procrastinating. The gift of sight this holiday season. Call 969-8100 or visit them online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Brooks and John both saying it was the equal stage Arkansas will be on this weekend as they were on the road at Georgia, and they crapped the bed in that game.
They really did. Yeah. I mean, it was bad from the get-go.
JD is in Huntsville. He's next with us on the Pepsi hotline. Hey, JD, how are you?
Hey, guys, I'm great. Hey, my best this weekend, kid out of Decatur Heritage had 11 touchdowns in their win in the playoffs. Braden Kyle, I don't know if you guys.
What's he? I assume he's a quarterback to have 11 touchdowns.
He had 8 rushing touchdowns, 3 passing, over 600 yards total offense. Just crazy. It's a single A school. They weren't running the score up. They had to keep scoring. The score was 76-60.
Good grief.
So wasn't like trying to run the score up, but wow, what a performance. But guys,
love to have the over there.
I was looking at like all the teams that are behind Alabama. It is not unthinkable that there will be only one conference champion that has less than 2 losses. And if Alabama's sitting there and plays Georgia a really good game and they got 2 losses, I mean, what if Oklahoma sneaks in there and they got 2 losses and they win the Big 12? You're going to take them over Alabama?
Nope. Yeah, Alabama's getting in with it. If they beat Georgia, if they lose one of these 2 games, I said it earlier, Alabama will be in the 14 playoff beating Georgia.
Well, what if Georgia is that loss? You still think they're in 2-loss non-conference?
That's
what he's saying.
Oh, no. Okay.
You don't think because he's saying Oregon can lose again?
Possibly.
You think Oregon's going to lose to Utah? They're an underdog in that game.
Yep.
Ohio State probably is not going to lose again, though they could lose to Michigan. You don't know. Notre Dame's probably not going to lose again. Michigan State is about to lose again. Either Ohio State or Michigan's going to take on that second
loss. I think
loss.
Cincinnati's going to lose.
I do too. I just got that weird feeling. Everybody's lost this year.
I don't know if it's this weekend against SMU or if it's Houston in the championship game, but they're going to lose.
They have been leaking
I watched
oil.
them again Friday night, and they're not nearly as good as they were last year.
And I got a question about that Miami-Florida State ending. Y'all saw how that thing ended?
Uh-huh.
It was really weird. Now, there has to be at least 2 seconds to be able to clock it. Is that the rule?
At least three seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that rule extend to reviews at the end of the game or the end of the half? Because that needs to be. If not, that you shouldn't be able to review something if there's not at least 3 seconds.
Interesting. Yeah.
Unless you have a timeout.
Yeah.
That's what happened in the 19 Iron Bowl. Auburn
well, that's what started this rule. That's why this rule exists, by the way.
So maybe that is also a rule. We just didn't know.
Yeah,
about
I don't know.
it
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the answer. Thank you, JD. That's
I
why
don't
this
think
rule
it
exists.
matters. If you watch that, it was going to take a 55-yard Hail Mary on the final play.
It didn't matter.
It was. So you're telling me that if I clock it with 3 seconds left, the game's over? Less than 3 seconds.
Less than 3 seconds.
It's got to be at least 3 on the clock for you to spike it and stop the clock.
There were 2 seconds on the clock. I didn't think he clocked it in time anyway.
Yeah, that's the rule. And it started with that Iron Bowl.
So if I complete a pass and it's inbounds, clock's running, I can't run up and clock it with 1 second left? Yes, I can. Can I?
And no, I mean, you got to have 3 seconds. That's the way that was ruled.
3 seconds.
It's got to be, if it's less than 3 seconds, you cannot spike it. Now, the argument there was going to be if the clock is running, when was the ball snapped? You know, was it snapped at 3? Was it snapped at 2? I guess it would have to go to review at that point if it's that close. But you better not be risking it. If the clock's at 3, you better just run a play and not spike it.
It didn't seem that close to me on Saturday.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I didn't think he got it spiked anyway. But now if they stop it for the first down, which is what happened in this Iron Bowl, which is what started all of this, if they stop it for the first down and the clock is at 2, there's zero chance once they wind the clock that you can spike it and stop it and get another play. You got to run that play. If it's a running clock, I mean, I don't know. It's going to be tight. But if it's a running clock and you try to spike it under 3, you're risking it anyway. I don't know why you would do that.
It seems like there's more fine print to that rule than I thought. If I complete a pass, I thought I could run up and clock it still.
You can as long as there's 3 on the clock. If there's 2 on the clock, you can't.
So I can't snap it and down the ball with 1 second.
I don't know why you would be trying to spike it with 2 seconds on a running clock anyway.
Yeah.
You're dumb to do that.
That is a good point.
But if the clock is stopped, there's the rule. Now, John says this, and he's right. He says, what the hell is that guy smoking? Saban had his starters in against New Mexico State with 8:30 to go in the third quarter.
I brought that up about Brian Robinson.
You think he's gonna rest him against Auburn?
Yeah.
He wouldn't rest him in the second half against New Mexico State.
It was Judgment Day.
Yeah.
John in Kentucky, before we take our next break on the Pepsi hotline. John, welcome to the next round. How you doing, man?
Thank you. I'm doing good. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm a Tide fan. My earliest memory of Alabama is the goal line stand between Penn State. So I've been a Tide fan for some time. But I want to talk a little bit about Georgia. The difference between this Georgia team, and past Georgia's teams is the 17 defense of Georgia is very similar to what we got now. The difference in this team, to me, from my perspective of it, is that they have very good wide receivers that can make plays that they have not had in the past. I mean, they've been coughing up a lot of drop balls, this, that, and it's bit them in the past. But this year, I don't see that out of them. They have a big-time plethora of wide receivers that can go up and get those 50-50 balls, and they can make the plays. And just as soon as I think somebody might have them on the rope, boom, they're making third and 10, and they're really consistent at that. And this team really is scary. And I think if Alabama does get to Georgia, I hate to say this because I don't want to hear Uncle Lou run his mouth, but I just believe Bryce Young's going to have a bad day because we have not been able to shore up our pass defense at all.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a long day for Alabama. As much as I hate to say that, we're still young.
Yeah, John, it's a great point. I'm protecting Bryce Young if you get to Georgia. Dare I say that Stetson Bennett more consistent offensively throwing the football than Jake Fromm was in 2017?
I thought Jake Fromm, we all remember that second half against Alabama. I thought his second half of the season going into the playoffs, he was really good. I don't know. I would think Fromm was a little bit better, but again, I think we still look back last year and the Stetson Bennett we saw in 2020, we hold that against him. I disagree with that call. I think if there's one weak spot for Georgia,
it is receiver.
It is wide receiver.
Yeah.
I mean,
they got a really good tight end.
Yeah, Brock Bowers is really good. Had an incredible catch on the sideline that got overturned.
I think what he's saying is, you don't have, a go-to guy or two go-to guys. They're doing it by committee, and they're doing a fairly good job by committee getting it done. No all-stars on that roster. They're getting it done.
I just wonder if they were to get into if their defense had a bad game, and whether it was Ohio State or Alabama, how well that offense could hold up.
Yeah,
it might not matter, but I mean, McConkey is not a guy that's going to scare anybody. And he seems like kind of their deep threat.
He's their number
right
one.
now.
He's their number one.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. If they had an A.J. Green, watch out. Or even a healthy George Pickens.
Our friends at the Pan Store ready to get you dressed for the Iron Bowl. 2:30 kick on CBS a week from this Saturday. That's officially announced today, and the Pan Store can get you decked out in your orange and blue or your crimson and white or whoever your favorite team is. And also great gifts for the holidays. 5 locations of the Pan Store. You get them in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville. You find them online, panstore.com. If you're looking for that great under-the-tree gift as well of sunglasses, they've got them for men and women. Ray-Ban, Costa, SunCloud, Gooder, all right there. The game day accessories. You can get the Yeti coolers, the cups, the Yeti Huggies, and a lot more fashion for the men and women. It's all at the Pan Store. Perfect for this holiday season. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, or online at panstore.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-On's has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-On's location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on-site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-On's Sports Bistro in Hoover.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
It's nonstop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Birmingham Racecourse Casino's 7 days of giveaways is going on right now. We're giving away $100,000. That's right, $100,000 will be given away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
A little too much shib for you last night, I bet, in Secession, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's always too much shib for me.
She's my Steffi Graf on the show.
It's my Steffi Graf.
Smoke show.
But there's a difference.
Oh, there is. Just good TV this weekend. I enjoyed the morning show, Secession, and Yellowstone again. Again, I've checked to make sure I got my keys in my pocket all morning long. Don't want to lose those keys.
I like the morning show, but it infuriates me. I'm not going to get into why. And Yellowstone again. There some questions.
Yeah, well, obviously.
But it's good.
Good TV this weekend, good college football, more football continuing tonight. Monday Night Football that includes the LA Rams.
Yeah, I've got a lock on that game coming up.
All right, we'll do that later. And who are they playing?
They're playing San Francisco.
Fun little game.
Yeah.
And where are they playing that at?
That would be Levi Stadium.
And
right
we're
there
going to have the Manning brothers back?
Yep.
All right.
Manning brothers.
I will not be watching that.
You won't. I will, but you won't.
Oh, you won't be watching Manning brothers
No.
because the game's too important.
No, you can't
It
do
is
it on
very
your own
important.
team. I mean, I'll 100% watch them. But
Okay. And if you've noticed, we're starting to get into the holiday spirit up here. This is the first leg of our studio decorations. And thank you so much to Marianne Roommate. That's your last name, right? Roommate?
Yeah. She was like an elf this weekend. She was so excited. Boxes were coming all week. Gave her a budget, and she exceeded her budget.
Yep.
But actually went into her own pocket. I was like, your budget's your budget. But she was up here probably 6-7 hours doing this stuff.
We appreciate it so much. And you can't see it all. There are lights on our guest area, and there are lights around Rockstar's window and the green room and the lobby. Just an amazing job by Marianne.
Do you
so
like
thank
the
you.
mistletoe she hung over Rockstar?
I'm not kissing him.
I did.
Yeah, nobody's even done anything about it
I'm
yet.
not kissing you.
Yeah.
You're spoken for.
Come lick the glass.
Well, this is a tradition. This is not being spoken for. It's a tradition.
I know where my car keys are.
Yeah.
It is a five-person company right now. Not a lot of kissing going on up here.
Love the holiday season, and I think it is fun that people. It's a pain in the ass. That's why I don't like to do it. But I think once it's done, I love looking at stuff like this.
Okay, real quickly, Rockstar. I've already bounced it off these guys. I think we keep the forced behind us, and we just change it to like when this is done, we'll get some wooden trees with no leaves for winter.
Oh, it's
then
so
we'll
depressing.
get blooming ones for spring, some palm trees for summer, then the fall trees in the fall. We keep the forest behind us.
Okay, or we could put that in storage for next year.
You've got this figured out.
Yeah.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
All right, let's do Trash right here, Rockstar. It is brought to you by Mortgage Right. More on them after you hit the big button.
I'm asking that you do not pass this policy in Virginia.
Thank you so
in
much,
this
Ms.
county.
Thomas. We do appreciate you. Phil McCracken. Phil McCracken.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, and home means so much more this time of year, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to make sure you're home for the holidays. Getting a mortgage is a necessity in the home buying process. For many, doesn't have to be a hassle. Mortgage Right gives you the tools, information, and expert help to help make home buying happen. Don't let the fear of buying a home for the first time keep you from making one of the best investments of your life. Get started online, mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Friend Patty, the office chick, sent this to me on Friday. I don't know if you guys have seen the video. I haven't seen the video yet. But a woman was seen climbing over a barrier at the Bronx Zoo's lion exhibit.
That's always a good
Witnesses
idea.
told NBC New York as cell phone video showed her holding roses and tossing $100 bills towards the lion.
Yeah, it's probably not going to do much for the lion. Big old juicy steak. That'll get his attention now.
Yeah.
Now, the incident occurred around 4 p.m. on Thursday, according to the zoo. Now, the woman in a blonde wig, red dress, and leopard print shawl addressed the animal from about 15 feet away as if it were a long-lost friend, according to witnesses.
Is this a PETA thing?
She carried flowers, threw what appeared to be cash into the air at one point. The woman is heard saying in the video, quote, "I missed him so much." She goes on to say, "King, I love you. I came back for you."
She might be crazy.
Oh, she is
King,
crazy.
I love you?
Well, he's king of the jungle.
That would make her the lion queen at that point.
That would indeed.
So
yeah.
you guys remember the original Madagascar?
I do. I always like that movie.
Oh, look.
So Leighton loved it.
Oh,
my gosh.
We've got video now. Holy crap, Rockstar.
Well, this
What's she
video
doing?
really goes viral if it pounces.
That lion is thinking,
Her or
what?
him?
What is this insane lady doing?
I'm going to walk away, lady. Like, what is keeping the lion from taking her right now?
A full stomach.
He's probably sedated.
No, I bet he's eaten. If he had not eaten in 2 days, she would be a bloody mess.
Yeah. Well, that is not a creature you want to.
No, you don't
that
tempt
close
the
to.
old lion. Whew, she might be crazy, man.
Oh, now this.
Oh, man. Imagine not calling her back.
I thought from behind, I thought she looked like the girl that was from the Netflix thing, the show,
the
Tiger
Tiger King, yeah.
Carol Baskin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, she was Rockstar.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, careful now.
She was trying to get some beads from us there for a second. Let's bounce off her.
Okay. Hey, if you guys are
Looks
looking
like we could.
holiday gifts, how about this one? Luxury phone brand Caviar has revealed
a luxury phone,
a $9,100 version of the iPhone 13 Pro Max. It's called the Tyrannophone.
All right, what's this do for me?
It features a fragment of a real 80 million year old T-Rex tooth. I don't believe it's a real tooth.
Fragment can be a grain of sand.
Yeah,
you can't have enough.
Now, the
You can't have enough of
Tyrannophone
that.
is part of Caviar's new Terra collection and features an image of a T-Rex. Unique iPhone 13 Pro Tyrannophone is adorned with a 3D image of a dinosaur head that strikes fear into the heart of competitors, according to this release, with a gaze of its yellow eye made of pure amber, Caviar explained. Now, do you have a picture of this? I want to see what a $9,100 phone looks like.
How quick would you drop that thing and break the screen? Almost instantly.
Rockstar, I'll be honest with you. I would go ahead and preload every story in trash from now until the end of time.
I just want to see what a $9,100 phone looks like.
Well, no, I'm just saying that when you started reading the story, I instantly look over to Rockstar's Q screen to see if he had a picture of it already.
Yeah.
There it is.
All right. Yeah, it doesn't do much for me.
I would think you'd get that at like Comic-Con for $30, right?
It's got a fragment.
It doesn't have a fragment of a dinosaur in there, Lance.
That's true.
I mean, come on, Lance.
Can that dinosaur make calls at Bryant Denny Stadium?
Apparently somebody's going to buy that too.
I would not want it.
Okay, these are beloved movie classics that don't hold up according to lifehacker.com readers. I disagree with almost this entire list.
Okay, so the point of this, the guy who does this website, Lifehacker, he said he wrote an article or column about how he thinks that Hook with Robin Williams does not hold up. It's just a weird thing to have Robin Williams dressed as Peter Pan and then Dustin Hoffman playing Hook.
Well, that's kind of weird, yeah.
And all these people were saying that movie absolutely holds up. Like,
See, I've never seen Hook.
I kind of liked it.
He said he's never gotten so much hate mail. So he said, tell you what, you guys tell me what you think movies don't hold up. And he said these are the overwhelming favorites.
Yeah, and these surprise me. The Goonies. I think The Goonies is a really good movie, and maybe it's just because I can relate to the 80s, but I don't know why it doesn't hold up.
Well, we relate to the 80s. I would say, I think you agree with me. Weird Science absolutely does not hold up.
Not at all. Star Wars. It holds up for what it is.
Well, it's a movie about the future.
There you go.
Well,
You should write this.
I'm just saying. I mean, how can you say it doesn't hold up? We don't even know
Tonight at Amex.
We don't know what the future looks like. So
Top Gun from '86 is on this list. I think Top Gun holds up well.
Absolutely does.
I mean, how does it not hold up? It's set in the 80s. That's what jets look like, and that's what the Cold War was.
That's what Kelly McGillis looked like then.
This next one is High School Forever, is The Breakfast Club. It holds up. It's the same themes that everybody goes through.
Still goes on right now.
It does.
Yeah, 2021, you can go find the same group of people at the high school
That's
right now.
Yep.
E.T., 1981, fantastic movie. I don't know why it doesn't hold up.
Well, that's something I would never care to watch. At the You'll never be able to see E.T. again. We're putting it in a vault. I would not be upset.
I'm good with that. Yeah.
Not sure I ever saw it all the way through.
Very good.
goes home.
Clue from 1985. I don't remember it. I saw it, I think, in 1985. I don't know.
Clue?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Is it the one based off the game show? Oh, it's a horrible movie.
It did. I thought I remembered it getting panned pretty bad. No joke.
I agree with this one. Ghostbusters. We talked about this last week.
was
I don't think it held up.
Why does it not hold up?
I just don't
I
like it.
didn't think it was funny.
Well, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hold up. You just didn't like it.
Well, I like Ghostbusters too, but I wouldn't watch that one either.
Yeah, but I think if you, I don't know, maybe it doesn't hold up for me as an adult. Like when I saw it as a kid, I thought it was awesome.
Yeah.
And then when I saw it again, I was like, it just ain't that good.
Instant reaction, Cal, watching on Twitch. Clue definitely holds up. Thank you, Cal. Everyone's killing Brown, Star Wars Brown. Come on, literally starts out saying it was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It's not in the future. It was a long time ago.
But they didn't have those planes back then. How could that be?
Hey, y'all ain't had those planes back then.
They did.
They did a long time ago in a galaxy far away. It's not in our galaxy. So
Wait a minute. It's like Luke Skywalker wasn't from Earth?
No, he wasn't an American.
He spoke pretty good English.
Well, I would have to say, yeah. I mean, they spoke our
Chewie
language.
didn't, right?
Yeah.
Okay, here are beloved movie
That's
classics
pretty
that
good.
don't hold up. Every Peanut special. I still like the Peanuts.
Oh, come on, man. Let's not bash those.
And then finally, Grease. I think for a musical set in the 50s, I think it had held up. I disagree with that entire list, almost, except for Ghostbusters. Here's the headline. 7 plane crashes in 7 days for one pilot ends up in the bottom of Lake Michigan.
Well, he's not very good at his job.
Wow. How do you ever get to do 7 of those?
That's right. After 3, I'm going to say it's not just an
I got
accident.
a good feeling about this one.
They won't let Jimmy Lake coach 14 games, but they'll let this guy back to fly a plane.
Licensed pilot Dennis Collier, the proud new owner of an amphibious airplane called the Sea-Wind 3000. Now, here's how they go about. Crash number 1 was the first of 7 crashes happened while attempting to land after a test flight in California.
Attempting to land.
Landing gear was still up.
Oh, well.
You got to put that landing gear down,
Yeah,
right?
that's step 1.
I'd have myself a little checklist. That'd be high on the list. Landing, gear down.
Do you fly one of these things?
No, that's a weird looking plane.
Yeah.
That's what Roy Halladay was in, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
It was, sadly. Crash number 2. Engine stalled, causing the plane to come down hard beside a runway in New Mexico.
Beside a runway.
Taking
Just
out a
missed.
sign and runway lights. No injuries reported. Crash number 3. We know for sure that this crash also took place at the same airport in New Mexico as Crash 2. However, not exactly clear what happened.
Yeah. Knocked out the other lights.
Crash number 4. Remember, 7 crashes, 7 days, same pilot. Crash number 4. After leaving New Mexico and being in the air for a couple of hours, more problems arose. Left wing hinge tab was stuck and the plane was pitching up. Took all of the pilot's strength to control the aircraft in 4 attempts to land. That landing in Nebraska was a very rough one, according to this report. Crash number 5. After repairs, Collier performed a test flight that ended in yet another crash in Nebraska.
Phil.
Crash number 6. Hydraulic pressure gauge was registering 0. Collier said that the fuel gauge showed an uneven supply, radioed the airport to ask whether there was a spotter on the ground who could look up as he passed to let him know if the landing gear was down.
Yeah, nope, not down.
By the way, no response. Nose hit during landing, and the plane skidded down the roadway in Michigan. And the final crash, number 7. This week, long nightmare ended on the 4th of July in Lake Michigan. Since the Sea-Wind 3000 had so many recent issues with the landing gear deploying, the pilot promised the FAA he would keep the landing gear down for his 25-minute flight. Did not know when he made that promise that he would be doing an emergency landing due to wing flaps not responding. Somehow he remained uninjured once again. He was able to land into Lake Michigan, and that was 7 and 7.
Pretty fortunate guy.
Does that say I pay $190,000 or $190?
That's $190,000 for a plane.
Yeah.
That doesn't work, apparently. Well, the pilot doesn't.
He's not very good at it.
We haven't destroyed it yet, so at least it's durable.
Yeah.
So an OnlyFans model was gifted a flashy 100 by 80-foot Times Square billboard by her sugar daddy.
Oh, that was a nice gift. Got your billboard today.
Mariah Mills, based in Atlanta, Rocky, also hails from New York and Miami, according to her Instagram. Now, she saw her face up in lights last month for her 28th birthday. Mills wouldn't say how much her sugar daddy dropped to get the prime 100 by 80-foot billboard placement on West 48th Street, but she was certainly thrilled with the gift.
$250,000 for one day, you think?
It was probably more than that. Now, seeing my face up there in bright lights was the most thrilling thing, she told the New York Post. I looked stunning, made me feel like a star, and it's totally what I deserve. Mills wouldn't divulge who the person who shelled out for her big day was, and not even just on the billboard, but also in cash and other gifts. Quote, he's not a boyfriend in the traditional sense, but someone who I treat amazing, and he treats me great in return. He'll often fly me out for dinner wherever he's working, and we always stay in touch through
Here we
text.
go.
She's got a nice little billboard of herself. Yeah, it's a nice gift.
See, I don't believe it. I believe that she paid for this herself.
You think so?
I think this, and just saying that a sugar daddy also gives me more followers on my OnlyFans.
That's a good point. We're talking about it.
Dunaway just asked me it was $250,000. I would say at least that.
That's a big billboard.
For one day?
Busy
in
spot.
Times Square?
Yeah.
Maybe not for a day.
Oh, it could be digital, where it could be like it's going to run for 15 seconds.
That's true.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, that's right. You want to take a picture quick if that's happening. But if you got it for the whole day, it seems like $250,000 per day.
Rockstar does have a point. Like if that was just a one run, and maybe she paid $10,000 for it, maybe that, maybe she makes it back in followers.
Yep. All you got to do is get the photo.
It's an investment. All right, that is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, everyone likes to win every now and again, and with rates this low, buying a home with Mortgage Right, it's definitely a win. Mortgage interest rates recently hit their lowest point ever. Don't miss out on your chance to take advantage of this historic moment. Who knows how long these rates will last? If you've been thinking about purchasing or refinancing a home, now is the time to act. With locations in every corner of the nation, Mortgage Right can help make the most of these market conditions. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to start your winning journey today.
All right, Bo Nix on the collapse at Auburn and a lot more when we come back. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at the Alabama Men's Clinic. Take a second and listen to me right now. Do you have a problem sleeping? Is your energy down? Is your workouts not the same? Is your libido not where you want it to be? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic here to help you out on this Monday. They've got a solution for you. Here's what you do. You go by, get a medical consultation and some blood work done right at the Alabama Men's Clinic in Homewood. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your first visit is free. Get the details right now at alabamamensclinic.com. You can also set up the appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or the website alabamamensclinic.com. Listen, some of you will wait a year past the time you start having a low T problem, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Don't wait. Get better sleep, get better workouts, have a better love life, all right now with a low T checkup at alabamamensclinic.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this. How do I set up the appointment? You can do it two ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round and Academy Sports and Outdoors are teaming up to give away shopping sprees to families of those in the military who were killed or disabled in the line of duty. Folds of Honor is a charity organization that gives scholarships to the children of those heroic men and women. To donate, go to foldsofhonor.org.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Keep an eye on this in recruiting. Five-star DB Dumani Jackson decommitted from USC over the weekend, still considering the Trojans, but has taken visits, the most visits, to Michigan and Alabama. Five-star DB Dumani Jackson could be on the move. I don't know what's happening with Lane Kiffin, possibly. Word getting out that Lane may not be in Oxford next year. I don't know, but he lost two four-star recruits yesterday. Four-star wide receiver Marquez Dortch and four-star offensive lineman Bryson Hurst, both decommitting from Ole Miss over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So keep an eye as recruiting now about 5 weeks away from National Signing Day, 4.5 weeks away.
Do you guys ever foresee Lane Kiffin back in the NFL?
I wouldn't
rule it out.
Completely rule it out, no.
But I would say no initially. But I wouldn't rule it out, no. Part of our show being brought to you by Rockstar's Guy.
It's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor. He was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help you walk through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-5 422-0589. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Bo Nix not with us today, later this week after his ankle injury and surgery this morning. But Bo Nix, after getting his ankle injury, fracture according to some reports, he went on and passed for 109 yards, a touchdown. But, Tom Brady gave the media 62 seconds this past week. Healthy Tom Brady gave the media 62 seconds. Surely Bo Nix with a, broken ankle wouldn't go do media postgame after his team blew a 28-3 lead, would he, Brown? Oh, yes, he would. Bo Nix sat down for a lengthy interview with the news media at Jordan-Hare afterwards and said this about Auburn blowing the 28-3 game.
I'm not quite sure what happened there. Felt like the entire stadium, just the life just kind of mellowed out, and the life of the stadium just kind of relaxed there for a minute, and it was hard to get some momentum back. And they did a great job of doing good on offense, defense, and special teams. They came back and made it a game, and we did do our part. We came out really hot, really on fire, moving the ball well, scored a lot of points, and then that's just on us for, I guess, relaxing, and we just didn't have the same intensity that we needed. You just kind of felt it, and that's never good.
A lot of people took that first part and said he was blaming the fans for the loss, which if you take it out of context and only take the first part of that, it sounds that way.
He circles back around.
If you hear the whole thing, you hear what he said was everybody got comfortable.
Yeah.
And I think if you're an Auburn fan at that game, when it was 28-3, you probably got comfortable.
I got comfortable.
I thought the game was over.
I did too.
I didn't. I forgot the game last week. I had this feeling that Mississippi State was going to make a charge.
Yep.
To win the game. I wasn't sure, but I thought it was going to get interesting.
And I think if you go back, Oklahoma was down 28-3 maybe. I know they were there's been a lot of 28-3s this year that people have come back from, so that's sort of the magical number.
I'll give the Falcons credit. They were down 28-3 at one point yesterday, and the Falcons team account, all they tweeted out was, yeah, we know.
Yeah.
What a great team.
So a couple of things. For Bo to do a post-game interview with a broken ankle, it says a lot about the kid right there. He could have, easily they could have said, hey, look, he's not available. We've got an injury situation. Got to give him credit there. But, one of the positive takeaways, and I don't know how you guys feel, I think Kobe Hudson is going to be a star.
He is. He is playing really well, and he's been a pleasant surprise. That one-handed catch for a touchdown was unbelievable.
I would get him involved more.
Part of our show being brought to you by the friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, Bromberg's, great place for all of your holiday gifts. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box. Family-owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry timepieces. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online right now. Go to brombergs.com.
All right. Part of the show, as always, this hour being brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, champy'schicken.com. Kansas beats Texas over the weekend. Oklahoma loses. Chaos going on in the Big 12, except for Oklahoma State. Nick Saban's news conference coming up at the top of the hour, but Oklahoma State right now looks really good. Got about 60 seconds here. What do you think of Mike Gundy and this Oklahoma State defense that did it again this past week? What was it, 7 sacks against TCU?
Yeah, Jim Knowles' defense has been tremendous. And it's going to be interesting with this Oklahoma offense coming off such a bad performance against Baylor. And I don't know who you guys favor in that game. I think Oklahoma State's a better team right now.
Yeah, I think they are the better team. But there's a reason that Gundy never wins this game.
And why is that?
Well, I don't know, but there is a reason. It's my point. I don't know why, but he never does.
I can't tell you what it is.
It's more talent. It's kind of like Harbaugh at Michigan against Ohio State.
It's got to be mental at some point, though.
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be mental.
Is Oklahoma State a team that you could see in the playoffs?
No.
Yeah. Do I think that they're a playoff team this year? Possibly. All they got to do is win out. They're there.
Better team, Notre Dame or Oklahoma State?
I'm inclined to say Notre Dame. It'd be an excellent football game.
I would lean Oklahoma State.
Better team, Oklahoma State, or the team you called a fraud 2 weeks ago, Michigan State?
I'd lean Oklahoma State because the defense is better.
Yeah, they got a better defense than Michigan State.
Hey, look.
Oklahoma State or Michigan?
Michigan's a better team.
All these are really good games, really tight games.
Top of the hour now, Nick Saban coming up. That hour brought to you by Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Check them out, champy'schicken.com. Great place to get those Mississippi recipe, Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales, and a lot more. Champy's Chicken, 119 Blues, Brews, and Bird is champy'schicken.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Celebrate the gift-giving season with Bromberg's Vietri Holiday Collections. Italian-made and hand-painted, 20% off all Vietri purchases all week long. Make it a holiday to remember with new additions to Bromberg's best-selling Lastra Holiday and Old St. Nick patterns. Handcrafted, timeless artwork for your table with authentic Italian craftsmanship and quality. And did you know you can also create a wish list at Bromberg's? Make it easy for Santa to get you exactly what you want for Christmas this year by creating a Bromberg's wish list. And you can unwrap a gift from Bromberg's that you love.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. Two great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Being a boot fanatic, I have found the perfect place to shop for the greatest selection of boots with brands like Lucchese, Ariat, Dan Post, Twisted X, Justin, and more. Hey, Tom Luganbill here, telling you Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Coleman is the place to go. Western boots, fashion boots, and work boots. Jack's has them all. Plus, a great selection of apparel and boots for the entire family. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear is a one-stop shop for all your holiday gift-giving needs. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65, exit 304. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's on Facebook and Instagram.
The Double Down Media Podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the next round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Suffering from an old sports injury or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll get to the Nick Saban news conference in a second. Headlines this hour brought to you by the folks at the University of Montevallo. Great location for your son or daughter to go to school. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. Tight-knit community there, small class sizes so your kids can excel. U.S. News & World Report calls it a top 15 public university in the South. 75 majors, 21 Division II scholarship sports, fully funded scholarship sports. Great facilities at Montevallo. Check them out. Schedule an in-person tour at Montevallo.edu. It's my school, Montevallo.edu. Your headlines, Bo Nix, broken ankle, according to reports. Surgery today successful. He is out for the time being. Alabama, a 22-point favorite against Arkansas. A win for the Tide. They win the West. And Jimmy Lake is fired by Washington. And the search is on there as the coaching carousel is full bore now with openings at LSU, USC, Washington, and others. Before we get to Nick Saban on our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-thru, tell us about our friends at Hamburger Heaven.
We have a delicious lunch up here provided today by Hamburger Heaven. Pete and the great guys there since 1982. Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, hand-spun milkshakes. 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gordondale, Homewood. It's Hamburger Heaven.
And here is Nick Saban, Arkansas week.
To go out and play with a lot of positive energy, and I really liked the way the players did that. The execution was not always perfect, but it was certainly improved. And I was really pleased with the way our players responded. I think we need to build on that. I think how you finish is most important this time of year. How you dictate tempo, the energy you play with, how you prepare. All those things are critical to how you play. And I think our players, hopefully are going to respond the right way. It's our last game in Bryant-Denny Stadium. That's been a great atmosphere to play in, and it's certainly needed to be that way for this game. These guys, try to go fast. They're a tempo team. I think that any way that we can affect them, obviously, is going to be a benefit, to our players. Sam Pittman has done a fantastic job, I think, with this team in the 2 years that he's been there. They're probably has improved as much from last year to this year as, anybody in the country. They've had some great wins over, some very good SEC teams. And they got really good players. They play well together. They play winning football. They're very effective at running the ball on offense. They don't turn it over. They get off the field on third down. They play good pass defense. They've got good specialists. They really do a good job all the way around. So we're going to have to be at our best and certainly prepare that way this week, for this game. From an injury standpoint, you guys are going to, definitely, ask me, but Roy Dale is going to be out. He needs knee surgery. JoJo does not need surgery, but he will be out probably for a little bit of time as well. So those two guys are probably not going to be able to play. Roy Dale for a while, JoJo for maybe a week or two.
Okay, with that, we'll get started with Michael Casagrande. Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, with Will Anderson, how does a player like that with a skill set has changed the way an offensive team game plans or schemes they're blocking?
That's relative to who?
Will Anderson.
Yeah, well, I think Will's done an outstanding job. He's a good player. He plays hard. I think the important thing is that you have complementary players that if they do try to scheme him, that other players can, take up the slack and, give you pressure in other areas, which I think some of our players have done a good job of. So, yes, I think that's possible. but I think we need to definitely have other guys be able to rush and do a good job in other areas, which, has kind of happened on our team.
Go to Nick Kelly.
Yeah, now that you're down to 2 healthy scholarship running backs, I mean, how does that affect or maybe change things potentially with how you approach things offensively?
Well, I don't think, you can change a lot. We've worked a couple other guys there for over a month now. Those guys are functional at the position. Probably look for somebody else on our team that maybe we could sort of develop into being a functional player from an emergency standpoint if we need them. But I don't really think that we can change right now. We certainly have to have a plan if we have any more issues at that position.
We'll go to Charlie Potter.
Hey, Coach, just sticking with running backs, just have you seen Trey Sanders progress, and how important is it going to be for him to step up now with Roydell out?
Well, I think it's, he's got a great opportunity. I thought he played well in the game. It was good to, get him some touches in the game. I think he understands the offense well, and I think he's a very capable guy. And, now that he's going to have a more significant role, it's time, for him to, take advantage of that opportunity as well. But we have every confidence that he can do that very well for us.
We'll go to Aaron Settles next.
What do fans and media misunderstand or get wrong when they criticize or critique play callers on off the coordinators in their play calling? What do we miss and we don't get the full picture on?
Well, I don't know. I just, I think it's fine that, we criticize ourselves all the time. We try to close the gap on perfect in everything that we do. I think players try to close the gap on perfect in everything that they do. Is it possible to be perfect all the time? Probably not. That's why you prepare. That's why you practice. All right. But when we don't get the gap closed like we'd like to, we're very critical of ourselves in terms of identifying what we need to do to try to fix it and how we can try to help players become better, whether it's physical, psychological, whatever the challenge may be. So we're always trying to get it right. We're always trying to be perfectionists in how we go about what we do. I don't think we've ever accomplished that, nor do I think we ever will. So there's always going to be something that you can be critical of. And there's something that I can be critical of. There's something that every coach can be critical of relative to his players. Every player can be critical of himself and something that he could have done better. So I think, getting criticized is kind of a part of the game. I'm not sure anybody gets it wrong. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. There's obviously more than one way to skin a cat. So, how you go about trying to win a game, whether it's at the end of the game and you don't throw it on third down to get a first down and give the other team the ball back with no timeouts with a minute left to go in the game. I mean, we could debate that forever as to what the best way to do that is. But, we chose to do it a certain way and it worked. So, but everybody's entitled to their opinion of what we should have done. But the thing that no one has to deal with that has an opinion is the consequences. We have to deal with the consequences of the decisions and choices that we make. And, when we make good ones, when they work, they're usually good ones. And, when they don't work, they're not good ones. So that's just part of the game.
We will go to John Zener with the AP next.
Yeah, we've made a lot of attention to the kind of huge offensive numbers teams have put up the last few years, that trend. But you guys in Georgia both have top 5 defenses and good offenses too. Is it nice to kind of see that balance maybe swing back just a little bit? And how would you evaluate your defensive play, especially coming up big against LSU?
Well, I think we've played better in the last couple of games. There's been times that we've played better. I think the big thing we've done is, we've had some inconsistencies that have cost us, and we've given up big plays because of making mental errors, and that's the thing that we continually try to work to eliminate. I think the players are very conscious of it. I think they're working hard to do it, and I think when everybody is on the same page and does their job, we've been pretty effective. And that's got to be the goal for every play in the game, one play at a time. And we can't have any my bads. I messed up and didn't do what I was supposed to do. And I think as the season wears on, hopefully you can get a little more consistent that way.
Okay, we'll go to Mike Rodak.
This being senior day, I know you mentioned you would have liked to have a few more seniors on this roster this year. Is that just a year-to-year thing, or is that something that's a bigger trend in college football?
I can't speak for everybody else, but, our situation here is, we've always had a number of players go out for the draft early, in most cases, rightfully so. So that minimizes the maturity and age of your team, to some degree. But, I think probably, I don't know, with the transfer rules being like they are, you're going to see more players that are older players who don't see an opportunity to play the kind of role that they'd like to play, maybe look for a place that they can go. So that may, affect all of us in terms of how many older players we can keep on our team.
Okay, let's wave a follow-up. Ryan will be our final.
Coach, on your offensive line, Evan Neal, can you kind of touch on his progression throughout the years here at Alabama, swinging to left tackle, playing a lot of positions, and then his leadership as well with his team this year?
Right. Well, Evan played really well in the last game. He's played well for us all year, but I think he was really physical in the last game, did a really good job in pass protection, had a great week of preparation. And so I'm really pleased with the way he's played all year long, but I think he's gained more and more confidence and certainly was very aggressive and played very well in this last game.
All right, Coach, that's all we got. Thanks, Shooter.
All right, thank you.
All right, that is Nick Saban there. You heard the news there about Roydell Williams. We'll revisit that after LT tells us about our friends at Hamburger Heaven. Great lunch today from our friends right there on the 281.
Yeah, me and Brown both got the club. I think you went with the chef salad.
Yes, absolutely. Delicious.
Of course, you had the dogs on Saturday, right?
3 hot dogs on Saturday from Hamburger Heaven. Always.
Yeah, I mean, from the hot dogs to the French fries, cheeseburgers, hamburgers, hand-spun milkshakes, all of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Go see Pete and that fine staff. Highway 280, Irondale, Gordondale, Homewood. It's Hamburger Heaven.
Roydell Williams surgery, the big story there from Nick Saban, and he is done for the year. JoJo Earl done for at least a week or two. He would not commit to how long JoJo will be out, not wanting to give Auburn or Kirby Smart, Georgia, if needed in the SEC championship, any scouting there. Part of our show today also being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Dometic coolers, super and durable, efficient, basically the best you can get. Right now, the best time to get one because Nichols Outfitters in Pelham has some amazing discounts going on their selections of Dometic coolers and fridges. Some models up to 30% off, perfect for a holiday gift that will really make an impact. Get over to Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham, or online nicholsoutfitters.com.
New AP basketball poll is out. Alabama stays at 14, doesn't move up or down. Auburn up 1-21. Top 3 goes unchanged. Gonzaga, UCLA, and Kansas there 1, 2, 3. Michigan is up to 4. Villanova down 1. Number 5, I think it was Villanova. UCLA played a great game over the weekend. Gonzaga and Texas played a great game over the weekend in basketball. When we come back, we'll get more into football, including where we are on Dan Mullen today. One Florida fan urging us to turn the heat up on Dan Mullen so they can make a change. Florida fans done with Dan Mullen. Also, LT has our 3 and Out today. That and a lot more to do in the final 45 minutes of this Monday edition of The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing. In business for more than 10 years with 500 five-star reviews on Google and home of the 3-year leak-free guarantee. Cardinal Roofing, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663.
Dale's Seasoning started right here in Birmingham, Alabama, and now it's #1 in America. And now they've got a new product. It's the Gold Label from Dale's Seasoning, a new condiment-style product. You can dip it, dunk it, or pour it on your burgers, chicken fingers, steaks, and French fries. You guys wanted it, and Dale's delivered. It's available in stores throughout the Southeast. It's a fast, fun, and easy way to enjoy Dale's at your tailgate or cookout. Dale's Seasoning, the new Gold Label. You got to try it.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online GusFriedChicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online GusFriedChicken.com.
Butch Davis is on his way out at FIU. He's burning the football complex down on his way out.
It's quite a quote here.
Butch Davis tells Brett McMurphy of the Action News Network headquarters that he will not return next year, and, quote, "The administration has been sabotaging the program. FIU not allowed to recruit on the road the last 2 years had to use Mississippi State's old shoulder pads because of no money, and uniforms are 9 years old.
You know, it's funny, when you asked us the next person to be fired, I almost put Butch Davis.
Oh, there you go.
He's leaving.
Mississippi State's old shoulder pads. I didn't know that was a thing.
Didn't know that was legal.
Yeah, legal
for health reasons.
Yeah.
You didn't see Baker Mayfield? He had a state cell.
Yeah.
He did. Yes. I love it when he takes the boots over to Alice Cooper at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Our lock of the day every day is brought to you by Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. More with them in just a second. Give me first today's lock, and then you have a future number that people are asking about.
So today's lock, we've got Rams at San Francisco. The good news for the Rams, they're 4-0 on the road. Bad news for San Francisco, they're 0-4 at home. You guys realize they're 1-8 their last 9 home games?
I did not.
Ooh.
That's not a home field advantage.
That's bad.
Well, a lot of it's injuries. Jimmy Garoppolo coming off back-to-back 300 passing yard games. They are getting healthier. Their offensive line's kind of a mess right now, but the 49ers have won 4 consecutive against the Rams and Sean McVay. Kyle Shanahan, to me, one of the top 5 coaches in football. For whatever reason, he's got McVay's number. I think it's a tough game for the Rams. Everybody's hyping this team up. I like San Francisco plus 3.5.
San Francisco plus 3.5 tonight, even though they're at home. A rare home win for the 49ers.
I'm wrong. These are one of those I want to get wrong. But I had Ohio State Saturday was a lock, and Dallas yesterday was a lock. I mean, 2 of the easier locks you could ever have.
That
on
is pretty good. Yeah.
I always love it when you give a lot of winners, but I always love. Okay, I'm going to play LT's picks, all of them. This is one I hope I get wrong, and I'm always like, don't hit send. Don't hit send. You shows you how much you like San Francisco in this one because you're going against your team.
Yeah, it's just a bad matchup for the Rams. I hope I'm wrong. Hopefully the Rams win by 3 and everybody's a winner.
Everybody's a winner.
So
at that point.
The other thing I was asked, I think it was Greg that called earlier, what would the Alabama-Georgia number be? A lot of people said I was insane because I said it would be Georgia 5 because you still have the Bama brand that you factor into there. This has just been released from Las Vegas. And Brown, I'm surprised where this number is. And what it tells me is they have factored in Georgia and Kirby Smart and obviously Nick Saban.
So what's the number?
Circus Sports has Georgia favored by 3 with a total of 49.5 for the SEC championship.
So by 3, Georgia's a 3-point favorite.
Correct, with a total of 49.5.
So you thought it was going to be 5.
Yeah, most people thought it would be a touchdown or more.
Yeah.
So I think what this shows you is Georgia playing in a big game with Kirby against Nick Saban.
Well, we're not to that game yet. So by the time we get to that game, it may be 5.
No, but I would think it would be more inflated. The only thing it can do, I think, is go down, really.
All right, so that's for if Alabama ends up playing Georgia. Work to do. Got to beat either Arkansas or Auburn to get to Atlanta. The table is set this weekend. Nick Saban's news conference earlier in Tuscaloosa. Time now for 3 and Out. But first, let me do the business on the lock. Rockstar, my bad. A lock is brought to you every day by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, Iron Mountain Construction, committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. Iron Mountain Construction, available to assist you in new project and daily maintenance and downturns. They can help you with plumbers and pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and a lot more. Call Jeremy Purvis at this number, 205-781-1170. 205-781-1170 for Iron Mountain Construction. They bring you the lock every day. Bo Nix, this is from Izzy Smoke, his fiance's Instagram page. There's after the surgery with Izzy in there with Bo and the post-surgical IV bag. He's awake, alert, and the Auburn quarterback is ready to roll.
He looks pretty good for just having surgery.
Yep. Looks the same right there. So there you go. Congratulations to Bo. Hope everything works out good, and he is back sooner rather than later. No Bo today in our show. He's coming up with us later this week. We'll pass along to you when we know what date. Now it's time for 3 and Out. Rockstar, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, 4 great locations for you. Anything you need, bumper to bumper. Get that car winterized, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do a bumper to bumper for you and your family. Check it out, 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More surprising season, Iowa State or Arkansas?
Iowa State on the downside, Arkansas on the upside. I'm going to say right now it is Arkansas for me, Brown. They've had some really high moments. They've been off the beaten path for a couple of weeks, bounced back with a good win at LSU. I'm going to say Arkansas.
They've only played one bad game their entire year, and that was Georgia.
It was Georgia, yeah. They were really bad.
But Georgia's made a lot of teams look bad so far.
Again, that's why that number is surprising, that the 3 number with Alabama. I mean, there hasn't been a close game for Georgia yet.
I guess Arkansas's best win is Texas A&M.
Yeah. I mean, at the time, Texas was big, unbeaten Texas.
is no good.
Both by double digits.
Yeah, Texas is no good. I would guess Texas A&M's their biggest win. I guess I would go on more surprised with Arkansas. I mean, Iowa State, I'm surprised because we thought we'd be there, but then when you step back and look at it, you're like, why do we expect Iowa State to do that every year?
Yeah, but
it's so hard to do that every year.
Like Texas Tech, that's the game they need to win.
I agree.
I'm surprised Iowa State's where they are. But Arkansas, coming into the season, the most difficult schedule in college football, for that team to be 7-3 really should be 8-2. Amazing job, Sam Pittman.
I mean, barring an upset of Alabama, if they beat Missouri, they're an 8-win football team.
That's crazy.
That's not just getting bowl eligible. That's getting 8 wins.
Yeah.
Second down.
By the way, did he get paid last year after year one? Because Sam Pittman might have been good for one of us to draft.
Do you remember the Sam Pittman contract when he got the job? He basically did if I'm successful, you pay me. If I'm not successful, pay me less. Pay me more, pay me less. There was some weird way he worked his contract where it benefited him to be successful, benefited the school if he was not.
Yep.
It was very unique.
It's a good answer.
He bet on himself.
I'm not sure you answered Lance's question. Did he get a raise last year or not?
Quantum physics, Lance. Quantum physics.
Well, he's going to get one this year.
He should.
Yeah.
Okay, more surprising season. Oklahoma State or LSU?
I'm going to go Oklahoma State on this one, Brown. I thought LSU would be back. I thought they'd be a 9-3 type team, maybe 10-2. But I had zero expectation for Oklahoma State in that league. I thought Oklahoma would be better. I thought Iowa State would be better. I thought, obviously, Texas would be better. I thought TCU would be better. I thought West Virginia may be better. So I'm going to say I'm more surprised Oklahoma State's a playoff contender right now.
I don't think either one of those teams is good enough to beat the other one twice, though. So whoever wins Bedlam probably loses the Big 12 championship.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in the Big 12 that is predictable.
Yeah.
Not one thing.
What's the nightmare scenario for the Big 12, though? Because then you are guaranteed to end up with a 2-loss champion if your scenario plays out.
Well, you know what 2021's been for the Big 12?
Nightmare.
A nightmare.
Yeah, they've lost their 2 biggest teams and now man up with a 2-loss champion.
Third down.
Brighter future at current job, Jimbo or Lane Kiffin?
At current job?
Mm-hmm.
This is a tough one. You know, I think Kiffin can continue to be a hero there. I think at some point Jimbo's going to have to go to Atlanta to justify that salary. I think if Kiffin can continue to give them the style of football he's given them, the excitement he's given them, be the face of that program, and he never once goes to Atlanta, he's not getting fired. Jimbo, at some point, he's got to get this team to Atlanta or even the playoff to justify that salary.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, just media perception. Herbstreit and Fowler go to town. They rave about the Grove. They rave about the atmosphere, what Lane has done, Lane this, Lane that.
Kiffin goes on as the guest picker. I think that's genius for him to do.
Yeah.
Genius.
He's the guest picker and the coach. He gets to be interviewed twice during the show, basically.
That's right.
Guy knows what he's doing.
Was there a story behind the bow ties, or is that just Ole Miss?
I think it's just because they were on campus.
So Ole Miss.
Not a good look.
Yeah. I believe that Lane Kiffin is not going to be there that long. So
you think he gets a bigger and better job?
I do. I don't think that is Lane Kiffin's final destination.
I kind of agree with Brown. I think he can just win 8-9 games and
that's
have
what he
fun
wants to
doing
do.
it.
Yeah, if that's what he wants to do. If he likes living in Oxford, I think Lane Kiffin could do this the rest of his career, and he doesn't even have to go to Atlanta.
Hey, it's fun. It's fun having Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss. I'm okay with it. If he stays there forever, it is fun.
Yeah.
Fourth down.
Brighter future at current job, Mike Leach or Brian Harsin?
Well, that's an interesting question coming off of Saturday.
I think Leach has done a really good job with this program.
I do think Leach has done a really good job with this program.
I mean, he has. He's got some good wins.
He's a good coach.
It pains you to say it, doesn't it, Dunaway?
I
do not like Mike Leach.
I don't think he's a good coach.
He's your Jimbo Fisher.
You don't think he's a good coach?
I don't think he's a good coach.
Guy that won 10 games at Washington State,
Whoa,
won
whoa,
10
whoa.
games at Texas Tech.
You can dislike him, but you don't think he's a good coach.
No, he's a good coach.
You just said I don't think he's a good coach.
No.
You like Sark.
Okay. Let me back up.
Okay.
He is a good coach. He's not a great coach.
Okay.
Okay. He is.
I'm not sure I would argue
He is
that.
my Dan Mullen. What you guys always said about Dan Mullen, he is my Dan Mullen. I just don't. You guys graded Dan Mullen on this scale for what he did at Mississippi State. You guys love you some Mississippi State coaches. Y'all do.
I just think it's a really tough job.
It is. So does that make him one of the better coaches because he has some success at a very difficult job? If that is the case, yes. He is one of the best coaches in football at taking hard jobs and having occasional wins.
Most difficult
he
job.
is good at that.
Most difficult job in the Pac-12. Yeah. He won 10 games there.
Yeah, that's fine. Why is he not getting really good jobs?
Because he's weird.
And why do they look so bad against
Lane Kiffin's not going to get a big time job?
Why does he look so bad against La Tech for 3 quarters? Why do they get just boat raced by Alabama? Not even in that game for 2 years running now. I mean,
because it's Alabama.
It depends on what you want to be. Depends on what you want to be.
The guy can coach. And if he wasn't weird, he would have a big time job.
And he'll be in Atlanta when?
Oh, he's
I don't know.
Mississippi State.
You tell me when Lane's going to get there and when Jimbo's going to get there.
Lane and
I've got more
Leach.
confidence. I got more confidence in Leach than Jimbo or Lane as a head coach.
I don't think that offense can win enough games to win a championship.
Wait, who's in line? Sark's in line to go to SEC
when's
now.
Sark going to be in Atlanta? You boy.
Yeah, he's going to have a shot to go to Atlanta. He'll be in the league soon. If he survives that long.
If he can beat Vandy.
If he survives that long. All right. Did you give an answer?
It's a hard question.
I think I'd go Leach.
Just 2 weeks ago, you were praising the job Harsin was doing.
No, I was. I thought Saturday was a bad look. I mean, obviously being up 28-3 and a 40 unanswered points.
Don't try to keep up with 3-and-out answers.
But again, this is like what you just said.
There'll be a lot of contradiction.
Thought you were going to write them down.
What you just said about Lane Kiffin staying at Ole Miss. Leach can do the same at Mississippi State. The expectation.
That is correct.
There is an expectation for Harsin. If Harsin doesn't beat Alabama or get to an SEC championship in 3 or 4 years,
I see what
people are
you're
going to
saying
want to go.
Yeah, it's a lot easier asking that question today than if that game had gone the way it should have gone and Mississippi State was coming off a loss. I don't think everybody feels the way everyone feels
why
today.
Why didn't it go that way?
Well, I think it was malpractice by the Auburn defensive coaching staff.
Well, it was pretty bad. I don't disagree with you on that.
How you can't secure a 28-3 lead at home.
But you make fun of Leach with that little napkin calling plays. That napkin went for 275 passing yards in the second half.
It looked to me like it was the same play over and over and over.
Well,
and
that's
over.
good coaching.
I'll tell you, and Harson's offense didn't do anything in that second half.
No, it didn't. Did a lot in the first half, though. 28-3.
They play 60 minutes, Jim. That's a Jim quote there.
They do. They do play 60 minutes. Well, you get a little when somebody doesn't like somebody you like. Well, I'd let you talk bad about Jimbo Fisher all the time.
I don't necessarily like Mike Leach. I just think he's a good coach.
Yeah, he is a good coach.
Yeah.
He's a good coach. And that is 3-and-out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Bumper to bumper, anything you need, these guys can handle. Locally owned and operated, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Stop by one of the 4 locations or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
You think Kiffin's a great head coach?
And by all accounts, Mike Leach is a super guy. Like, I've got friends who are in school there. We'll stop and take selfies with him. Just does a lot of nice things. So he seems like a really nice guy.
Yeah.
Would I want him as my coach? No.
But you'd rather have Lane Kiffin as your coach.
I didn't say that.
Okay,
I didn't say that. Do I think Lane Kiffin's a better coach than Mike Leach? I do.
That needs to be a poll question. I don't think that's close.
Well, do we have any polls out?
We don't.
Yeah, I'll throw some out in the break there. I'll throw that one out there too. All right. When we come back, a lot more to get to, including Dan Mullen under fire from his own fan base, should he be, after giving up 52 to Samford over the weekend, and the rest of everyone's reaction. The rest of everyone's reaction to college football, including Brown's best and worst of the weekend. It's still things to do. Wayne's want to make sure that you're checking off your to-do list for your lawn. It is winter, yes. Thanksgiving a week from Thursday, yes. But there are things you need to do when your lawn is dormant. They can take care of you during the winter season as well. Also, when we roll back around to mosquito season, the folks at Wayne's take care of all the mosquito prevention in our backyards makes you enjoy your springs and summers outside. And for years and years, like they've been doing for over 100,000 families in the SEC, they take care of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care service. And also, the EnviroPest service right now, you can get $60 off your initial EnviroPest service treatment. Use the promo code TNR. The promo code is TNR. That's for the next round. Save $60 off that EnviroPest service. Here's how you sign up for Wayne's or get more details. Go to 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866, the name Wayne's and the number 1. 866-WAYNES-1 and use the promo code TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, are you suffering from that lower back pain? Get moving this fall with our friends at Stretch Zone. Great for golfers, runners, desk jockeys, weekend warriors, and more. To learn more, book an appointment, 205-509-2349 or online, stretchzonebham.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
We've told you about the excellent service you get from Excalibur Services for residential heating, cooling, and electrical problems. Now, you can also depend on Excalibur for all your plumbing needs. Excalibur will perform plumbing services in the same excellent manner as our heating, cooling, and electrical services. Highly trained plumbers now teaming up with highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts. At Excalibur, we have you covered. 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
There are few things in life more important than getting a good night's sleep. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. I learned that after going to Sleep Outfitters and getting my sleep outfitting. What is an outfitting, you might ask? Well, I simply went to the Sleep Outfitters off Highway 280, sat down and answered just a few short questions, and in moments, they had me laying on a mattress in the store so I could pick it out myself. The delivery was so easy. They set it up right there in my home, and I have an amazing night's sleep every night, and my life is better because of it. You can get that same night's sleep by finding a location at sleepoutfitters.com. And right now, you could win a $1,000 MasterCard gift card from Sleep Outfitters. This is a special sweepstakes, and it is just for our listeners. So go to sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan to enter. That's sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan. This is exclusive to the Next Round audience, so go try to win. Discover more about Sleep Outfitters and how they can help you complete your personal sleep profile, and you can start sleeping better too, and you can sleep with a $1,000 MasterCard gift card in your pocket now. sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week, Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Golf is hard enough as it is. It should be fun and enjoyable. That's why you should check out my friends with Golf Tees, the place to go for punny golf apparel. Quality golf apparel with a sense of humor. To check out the fun, go to officialgolftees.com for the latest in golf t-shirts and hats. Quality and fun apparel priced for everyone, no matter your budget. Again, check them out on their website, officialgolftees.com, or on all social media platforms at Official Golf Tees. Relax and swing hard in case you hit it. officialgolftees.com.
All right, sounds of the game today brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. We'll go post-game in Gainesville. We'll also go post-game in Waco with a couple of interesting comments about field goals and when and not to take them. Brown with a great point, a historical point on that one. It's brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Yes, don't get that ladder out. It's a dangerous, dirty job cleaning the gutters. Get Gutter Cap. Its patented aluminum cover system fits over most existing gutters, keeping the debris out. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost a 20-year service record here in Birmingham. My friend Chris Stewart in Gutter Cap. Cap it, don't snap it. Right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round listeners and viewers. Go online, go to guttercapbirmingham.com or call 823-2212.
Damn hoodlum. Surprised Dan Mullen wasn't fired at halftime. His team down 42-35 to Samford. Most points a Florida program ever had given up in a half. 42 points to Samford. No knock on Samford, but what do you think of Dan Mullen after this game? What do you think of where he is with this Florida program after it's a win? But it's one of those wins that you're left scratching your head a little bit.
Yeah, I don't get it right now. When you look at Florida, the only team they're in front of right now in the East is Vanderbilt. So they're in sixth place in the SEC East after winning the division last year. And, I brought it up a few weeks ago. Somebody wrote an article talking about he's trying to pull a George Costanza and get fired. Mm-hmm. It almost looks like that.
Kind of feels that way.
I mean, from the press conferences, anytime he's behind a microphone, they're not performing on the field. I mean, this is a 5-5. They could easily, at the end of the year, they could be 5-7. Brown talked about the two losable games. They can win both. They could lose both of these games. And for Florida to be, at one particular time, a top 5 team last year to where they are right now is baffling.
Yeah, I mean, at best, they're going to be a 7-5 team going to a very blah bowl game.
Might be coming to Birmingham.
Here's Dan Mullen asked about how do you put into context for a Florida program a 70-52 win over Samford? 70-52, not in basketball, but in football. Here's Dan Mullen.
You 70 points, 700 yards, but does it feel like, I don't want to say like a kind of a bad performance in some ways? I mean,
well, thank you, Trent Grimm from The Independent, right there.
No, but
I mean, that's a win.
I get it, Dan. I get it, Dan. But no team had ever scored even 42 points in the first half of.
Yeah, I don't think. I think though you look at that. I don't think. I don't be. They're a offensive football team, and they score points. They have some good players. We're enjoying the win because it's hard to win. It is hard to win in the game of football. And, despite different – and when you face adversity, we've faced plenty of adversity and not come out on the right end of it. So, I don't want to say that because that'd be kind of disrespectful to our guys, their guys, and the game of football.
Dan Mullen there after that game. It's a hard game to put it – you are happy you win because if Emory Jones doesn't have the game he has – you lose the football game.
Well, a lot of people were critical of the locker room video, too, of the celebration, him dancing, the players dancing. I mean, I get what people are saying with that, but what are you supposed to do? I mean, you're supposed to tell players, do not celebrate this win. I mean,
these are college kids. Let them have fun.
They are college kids that have fun. You would like the fact that Dan Mullen is running a program where the players would say, my coach is going to be pissed at this win. And this is going to be a rough week of practice. We have to be better than this. I would imagine that's the way this win would have felt in Tuscaloosa.
Well, and this is a program that should strive for excellence. And if I'm a Florida fan, I went from, at this time last year, thinking about, before that LSU game, we've still got a chance at a 14 playoff. And now, I brought this up jokingly, but Mark Slaybach has got Florida playing Central Florida at the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl.
Yeah, all right. I'll go.
So you go from possibly being in a 14 playoff last year to being in the Birmingham Bowl.
So if Auburn loses South Carolina and Alabama, they could push Florida out of Birmingham.
They could. Yeah. It's a battle for Birmingham.
Yeah. Meanwhile, battles. Brown, set this up. I mean, okay. I've got Dave Aranda first,
right,
and I've got Lincoln Riley second here. But leave off the historical context. Put that afterwards.
Okay.
Just set up the game for me.
So we are late in the game. It has been decided already.
That's right.
And in fact, Baylor is taking knees, and they take a knee, and the fans rush the field, but Dave Aranda calls a timeout.
Well, they ran the field onto the field too early, prematurely.
Right. And Dave Aranda calls a timeout to stop the clock. So the game is not over.
Right.
And they have to clear off the field. They should have administered a 15-yard penalty.
Without a doubt.
Should
and
have.
That made Lincoln Riley mad.
It did, and I have no problem with Lincoln Riley getting mad about that.
Should be an easy 15-yard penalty.
Yeah,
And when I saw what came next, I didn't have volume on, so I had no idea why this transpired.
Uh-huh.
But when I saw Aranda roll out the field goal unit,
Yeah.
it blew me away until I found out the reason why.
So finish your story. He runs out the kicker.
So he runs out the kicker to kick a field goal, which I'm with Lance. It looks like you're just pouring salt in the wounds. What is the story I don't know here, right? I assume there was something I didn't know.
Your fans already ran out on the field. You've extended this long enough.
You could have gone to the locker room, yeah.
Yep.
The story I don't know is point differential in Big 12 games is a tiebreaker in the case of a Big 12 tie.
Here's Dave Aranda.
Dave, the field goal, the point differential for the Big 12 championship game, is that something you thought about earlier in the week, or did it just come to you, or how did that process go?
No, it was something that was talked about early in the week, and then, we were really trying to not let them score. That was really when it came up again, and unfortunately that didn't happen. And so when that happened, we wanted to get back on the scoreboard to help with that differential.
Yeah, and it's Oklahoma State is who they're worried about, and it was a 10-point loss. Is that correct?
Do you know that?
Yeah,
and a lot of people are being very critical of
It's a
Dave
stupid
Aranda about
tiebreaker,
this.
by the way.
It is a stupid tiebreaker, but it is the tiebreaker.
It is
and
the
by the way,
tiebreaker.
I would imagine Oklahoma probably had a big say-so in that tiebreaker.
Yeah, and once I heard it, Brown, I didn't have a problem with it.
I don't either. Do you know what the point differential is for Baylor and Oklahoma if they finish in a tie? If they finish today, you know what the point differential is after that field goal?
2.
No. It's overall point differential. It's cumulative point differential.
No, I don't.
155.
155.
They both are at 155 right now. So that field goal was extremely meaningful.
Huge. Lincoln Riley, though, doesn't give a you-know-what about the tiebreaker. He was red hot.
I mean, it became a safety issue. I mean, I care about the safety of my players, and I've watching David Uwebu just get bum rushed by 3 guys. I'm pulling him off. He's pulling him off. I know why Dave tried to kick the field goal. I don't agree with it. I still think, above all else, there's a code of sportsmanship that I believe in. I wouldn't have done it, but that's his decision. It's his football team. How the officials don't give us enforce a 15-yard penalty when you probably got 5,000 people on the field is unbelievable to me. So it is what it is. I mean, that's his decision. That's the official's decision. I don't agree with it, but part of it.
Now, yes, it should have been a penalty. The historical context of him saying basically a code of conduct among coaches.
He literally said, I wouldn't do it. It's a code of sportsmanship, and this is my worst of the weekend. Not only can Lincoln Riley say he wouldn't have done it, Lincoln Riley has done it.
Oh, yeah.
2018, when they were playing who Dunaway? The
Baylor
Bears.
Baylor.
Up 63 to 33 with a minute 20 to go. What does Lincoln Riley do? He kicks a field goal to make it 66 to 33. So Lincoln Riley can get all pissy if he wants to. Lincoln Riley has done the exact same thing. So don't come at me with the code of sportsmanship and I wouldn't have done it, but Dave he's got to do whatever he's got to do.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Distilling, straight to the facts with Brown there, brought to you by Redmont.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. One of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka is Charles Barkley. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, gluten-free, available at your local package store, including Pink Package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
It is the American dream to buy your own home. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you are looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Get started by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this: how do I set up the appointment? You can do it 2 ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
Brown's given us his worst of the weekend. He'll give you your best and some final thoughts on the weekend after I tell you about our friends at Backyard Adventures. Backyard Adventures Playground. Had a conversation with a guy this weekend. He pointed out that he made the mistake of not buying from Backyard Adventure and how after 1 year His words, not mine. It was a pile of trash in his backyard. He had to get rid of it for his kids because they didn't play on it. It wasn't built well. That's not what you get with Backyard Adventure. Quality 100% cedar. Lifetime warranty. So they'll repair anything. Lifetime warranty. They make it look beautiful, not an eyesore in your backyard. Landscaping and everything. Maintenance program to keep it looking brand new. And they'll even take it down or move it for you when you need to move it. And if you're selling your home soon, trust me, the families that are looking for a home, they'll fall in love with your home with that Backyard Adventure and the playground. They'll even customize the playground, the play set to fit your backyard. Anything you want right there. The website, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4386 for backyardalabama.com. What was your best of the weekend?
My best is video related. Now, those of you listening on audio, you'll get it. You can go ahead and fire it off, Rockstar. It's the final play, the 2-point conversion for Kansas football. The pass is going to be thrown to Jared Casey, a walk-on fullback. This is shot by his parents. Listen.
That was Jared.
Oh, my God.
And there he is, 47.
Yeah.
That's my boy.
That's my boy.
That's awesome.
How awesome is that?
That's my boy.
You know,
and he had not played an offensive snap all season until Saturday night and catches the game-winning 2-point conversion. His mom and dad are videoing it because he's in the game, and you heard the moment when they realized, oh, my gosh, that's him that caught it.
Well, they should have been in the other end zone because there's plenty of open seats.
Yeah.
That and the big money expansion down there with the Longhorns. I thought it was really cool, though, to hear the parents realize that's their son that just made the game-winning play.
We've had 2 really good parent moments this year. That and the kicker for Texas A&M when he made the game winner against Alabama. Just the emotions of the parents involved in some of these. Just big takeaways from the weekend, the final 2 minutes of our show here. I thought that was Jim Harbaugh's best win to date. The win at Penn State.
It was. And it just makes you wonder, we say this all the time, why is James Franklin up for every job that comes open? It really makes no sense.
Yeah. Well, now Michigan's got everything in front of them. If they win out, Michigan's in the 14 playoffs.
Harbaugh 2-13 versus the AP top 10. James Franklin now 2-12. But James Franklin doesn't get treated the same way Jim Harbaugh does when it comes to big game losses.
He's up for every big job. His name gets mentioned, and it's by and large, he's been a pretty average football coach.
Yeah, but he beat Ohio State. And when he has beaten Ohio State, that has given him a great reputation.
I'll give you another take from the weekend. The best team in the American is Houston.
You continue to say you think Cincinnati's going to drop one.
Yeah,
either to SMU this week or Houston in the championship
Houston,
game.
Another almost 30-point win this past weekend. They've won 9 consecutive games. They lost their opener to Texas Tech, not a bad team. But then it's just snapped for Dana Holgorsen. And McCaskill can run the football. It's a really good defense. I think they're a better team right now.
I mean, I can't argue that. Cincinnati has not played their best football. I think now their last 4 opponents are combined 9-30 on the season. And, the final score, Lance, looked like they whipped South Florida. That was
no, because I had Cincinnati minus 23.5,
right?
And so they were up 24 in the first half.
Yeah,
and so then that thing was 10 towards the end of the game, and they ended up winning by 17.
That's right.
But yeah, they were in a battle that game. If Houston would have beat Texas Tech, I think the winner of Houston-Cincy would have gotten in.
Wow. Panthers, Cam comes back with a couple of touchdowns. Mac Jones, 3 touchdowns. More on Mac and the Patriots on 4 straight wins later in the week. And then hats off, my best of the weekend, Carlos Dunlap, former Gator, 15-yard penalty against Green Bay for picking up a cleat that had fallen off and throwing it downfield. Nothing's more Florida Gator than that, even in the National Football League. That's our show today. We're back with you tomorrow live at 9. The replay starts here in a second. You can always catch us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live